on live now. And I will put a little notification out. We are on a holding screen, you'll see. I'm going to send out a quick message on my...
Boom, boom, boom.
By the way, have you guys ever listened to... Is it Color Theory? The band?
I think I've heard of a band.
Possibly.
I just listened to them the other day in the gym. A song, Pomegranate Tiger. Insane. Absolutely lovely.
All right, for those tuning in as we're getting set up here, bear with us a little bit. We got one party member that is just a few minutes out from getting on, and then we will be a go and get rolling. But enjoy our lovely title screen while you're waiting, and I'll throw some tunes up. But
yes.
Otherwise, we're just going to chat a little bit here while we're waiting, and anybody joining in who gets into the chat, feel free to give a shout out. We'd love to hear from you.
I gotta say, I love our newest follower's name, Paisley Corvair.
My wife.
It's a good name. By the way, what is X-Man's favorite X-Man? Do we know?
He's not actually. He's X-Man because X is his first initial, not because of anything to do with the X-Men.
Okay. I'm gonna start calling him.
Used to be Iceman though, just to be fair. But I don't think he's watched really much other than the first X-Men movie and maybe X2.
What if? Dude, I'll say this. My favorite X-Man. We'll just go. You guys want to do a favorite X-Men?
Absolutely.
I'm all down for that because I want to talk about it. I love Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler, OP, 100%. Teleport around. Be pretty reasonable as a person. Be blue, yellow eyes. Pretty cool fashion. Finger gloves, or at least like
My favorite is Wolverine, because canonically he's like 4 feet tall.
If you cast growth on Vault, he'll turn into Wolverine. Enlarge, reduce. I am now Wolverine, boys.
So your personality changes as well.
What's
when
up, bub?
you get enlarged. Yeah. Oh my god. I can't wait for that unraveling, because eventually it's gonna happen.
The crossover.
I think Fantasy Grounds messed up, but I don't see myself in it. Am I in?
No.
That's so weird. I'm in Fantasy Grounds, I don't have a character to choose.
It's because you haven't. Have you selected your character yet?
It does. It's not on the screen. I'm gonna have to relog.
Or otherwise, you can click the characters button over on the side.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course.
When you go to player, and then there's one for characters.
I think I must have closed the pop-up box when it first came up because I'm a bit silly.
Do you close boxes like habitually without even like looking at them? You're just like, oh, it's a dialogue box. Oh,
A little bit.
Be gone.
I hate
Don't
you,
care.
pop-ups. No, bro. I'm from the old days of the internet where you get like 50 pop-ups. You had to be quick, dude. It was like a quick time event.
All right, so AJ, this is mostly for you, but in my trip down to meet Conrad yesterday, hit the game shop, picked up a couple comics. Kind of random. I don't know if they're any good, but I loved the artwork, so I had to pick them up. So,
The Hidden Planeswalker.
so Magic the Gathering
okay.
comics with my favorite Liliana Vess on the cover.
Mm-hmm. Love it.
Now I got to read them and find out if they're crap and that they weren't worth picking up, but impulse buy
That's a good
for a
image.
whole whopping $10. So
That's a good value. $2 for $10.
Yeah.
In this economy? That's good.
most of the time, buying comic books has always been for story, but in this case, it went definitely in the art direction of, okay, those are really cool. If there would have been a Liliana number 3, I would have got a 3 and a 4, because apparently they were like random covers for this comic, and you didn't know what you were getting, and then the shop, of course, had ones where people had gotten the one they didn't want it and resold it. So
Interesting.
Yeah, they had a whole lot of variety, but I found a couple Lilianas and I had to give in.
I love it. By the way, I can now confirm Vault's height is listed at 3'5". That is Gigantosaurus for halflings. My bad.
Wow.
But what about for gnomes?
Are there gnomes? Do we have gnomes in this world?
No.
I weigh 50 pounds and I'm 3'5". I'm like a third grader.
You're a football, bro. I'm like a third grader. I'm like a.
Football.
Things that happen when you just write down. I was like, oh yeah, 3'5". That's like a slightly tall halfling, and then I realized later, like, wait a second, that's a fucking huge halfling.
Retcon time?
Maybe a little bit. I didn't know what the sizes were. I just kind of wrote it down. I think this was back when I first drafted Vault on even a different program, and I just kept the height and just carried it over.
Halflings only are not 2 to 4 feet? No?
Silver said something else, I feel like, about the size.
3'3" is supposed to be tops.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, on the roll table that's in the book. I think 3'5" is okay. I'll let you keep 3'5". It's just, yeah, you can't presume that you're a short halfling. You are an extremely tall halfling.
I'm a tall halfling, but to be fair, I do have a very high con stat, so like...
What if you're a halfling?
I'm a double halfling.
A squared lane?
Squaredling.
No, a quarterling.
That was a good joke. I like that.
Got it on discount.
I got it on discount. Oh, my heart. This is good stuff.
In there.
Hey!
Welcome to the
He's
show.
alive!
Whoa.
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Well, then I'm going to test our overlays real quick. Looks like everybody's in place and looking good.
No Wi-Fi.
How's the hotel?
Fine.
Nice.
All right. Well, we are live, so we will go ahead and kick things off now that all are here. Apologize for the very slight delay. But thank you, everybody, for joining us for episode 4 of the Tales Wit or Not Tale of Cybil's Spear, our live play D&D 5e game. And as always, I'm Silver. I'll be your storyteller this evening. And with me are our players, which I will have introduce themselves, starting with Jeff.
I'm Jeff. I will be playing our barbarian Nilfreator.
AJ.
Hi, I'm AJ, and I play our wildfire druid.
The Jetsons. Pope.
Hi there, I am Pope, and I play Baltavius, a lovely
Ernie.
rogue. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Taglines.
Ernie.
My name's Ernie, and I'll be playing the fighter Kiesel.
Dustin.
Hey, I'm Dustin, and I'll be playing Alfred.
And Conrad.
Hi, I'm Conrad, and I'll be playing Salinas, our warlock.
All right. Before we get started tonight, I want to give a shout out to Fantasy Grounds, our virtual tabletop, and to Sirenscape, which provides our ambiance, sound effects, and music. Great products that help make our game what it is. To our session. Last week, in episode 3, the party regrouped with Salinas at the docks and made haste to board their ship, the Dark Maiden, but were unfortunately caught in a hailstorm. Not being dissuaded from their goal, they attempted to gain entry to the ship, only to be caught by First Mate Zircon, who angrily directed them to the Salty Phoenix Tavern, where the rest of the crew awaited. But not before making a new best friend and our good pal Zedri. The party was able to be introduced to Captain Char's Clever Eye and the rest of the officers of the Dark Maiden in the tavern and enjoyed a rousing night of drinking and shooting things before retiring to the Varheed estate for the evening. Our tale resumes tonight with the party awakening in the pre-daylight hours to set out on their voyage. Cue the music. All right, so as you each wake up for the morning, I'm going to go with the same order that we did introductions. And Yofridir. Your instructions are to get there before sunrise. So,
Yofridir, knowing that, would get up a little bit earlier than everyone else still, so that way he can still get his morning run and whatever other calisthenics, and then he'll just get his things together and meet up with everybody else.
All right. The early morning hours bring low winds. Most of the bad weather has subsided at this point in time. It's still cold. Definitely better than it has been, but we're looking about high 40s, low winds, clear skies, good sailing weather for the most part. Salinas, you want to hit mute on yours? We're picking up a lot of excess sound there. Thanks. All right. Zedri, what are you doing this morning?
Well, Zedri's going to wake up. He's going to kind of prep everything in the room, make sure it looks rather tidy since they unfortunately had to stay another night. But after that, he's going to head downstairs, see if there's any food getting made. Maybe possibly Eunice or Vault. I don't know.
Okay. And I believe, Vault, you are next.
Yeah, so after a bit of a tough night's sleep, I get up and probably just grab some like bread and preserved meats and just kind of like a little bit of like a snacky kind of breakfast, kind of light. If anyone wants anything, I'll probably help out. But otherwise, since we're trying to get out before the family gets up and be somewhere, probably won't be involved in Eunice. Even if I don't know if she's up, but yeah.
All right. Kiesel.
Oh boy. Well, Kiesel would of course get up, and I think, just kind of do the pose, kind of have his legs hang out from the bed, and just kind of sit there at the edge. I just think. And he's gonna get in his ritual position before waking Salinas up, and he will pray to Zephora, and he kind of clasps his hands together, and he goes, leaving today. Good morning. If there's anybody who needs to be killed in good faith, let it be so. Thank you. Goodbye. And we'll gather his things and go over to start to kind of wake Salinas up. I think I would give him a shake with my foot.
Salinas.
Salinas would kind of instinctively draw the blanket closer over him as he wakes up. Yes, good morning. I'm up. I'll meet you down there.
Come on, the boat's about to leave. They told me to come and get you because you're running late.
Yes. I can't be running late. I'm never late.
Then, well, the boat's gonna leave, so I'm for real this time. This is my 5th time waking you up.
Alright, yes, I'm going. Yes, I'm up. You see? I'm standing up.
Ah, great. Maybe if we can catch a volt, maybe we can get some bacon or something.
How did you sleep?
Oh, I slept good. Well, as I can. It is nice sleeping on something comfy, but it'll be nice being humbled by the floor soon, I guess.
Yes, good. Yes, let's. Yes.
Alright, well, I'll meet you downstairs. The boat's about to leave. And I'll exit and try to catch Volt sneaking around and try to get some grub.
Got you, fam.
Alfred.
Oh boy. Alfred, a bit anxious about the coming day and the coming journey. You might find him waking up a bit earlier. He would go down and see if he could find some, just a small bit of meat, down in the kitchen. Probably leave a few silver for it at least. And he would go back up to his room, cutting it in half, giving half to Cybil, and then taking half and doing a small ritual, and then burning some incense. After a small prayer, he would take Cybil on a walk. Still, like, they have to get there before sunrise, and Alfred is even before sunrise going on this walk. He gets on a just simple, like, casual jog, nothing too ostentatious, I guess. But he gets back, gets his stuff together, and then gets his mind ready for the next day. Is there anyone that he would run back into? I guess he would run into Yofradir going out on his jog.
Yeah, more than likely.
Morning. Are you ready?
Good morning, Alfred. Yeah, I'm just getting my morning run in. Taking Cybil out, I see.
Yeah. This might be one of the last times I get to take her out a walk on solid ground, so gotta make the most of it, I guess.
At least for a short time, yeah.
Hopefully a very short time.
The trip will be over before you know it.
I hope so. I'll see you later. I need to get some stuff ready.
I will see you and everyone else shortly.
All right, as you complete all of your morning routines, gathering your things, getting ready to go, nearing that sunrise time frame, regroup all in the main room, at the door, ready to go. Everybody got their bags packed, checking out of the hotel, as some people check into some.
Are we eating breakfast before? Did we have time for breakfast?
I've actually prepared a small kind of preserved meal we could eat on the way.
Oh, nice. Is it like an oatmeal or something?
It's bread and cheese and preserved meat.
Oh, I mean, just as well.
I grab like an apple or something. Or you head out?
No.
Oh, come on, it's nothing wrong with eating some protein in the morning. What's an apple gonna get you?
I'll grab one for you.
Functional nutrition.
Appreciate
Saunter
that.
off to the kitchen to grab a little fresh fruit. If we have. I assume we have some.
Fresh fruit might be kind of scarce once we get on the boat.
Oh,
That's what I was thinking.
Oh, it's not against fresh fruit, it's just eating it so early in the morning.
because it's like sugary and stuff? You're just more of like a spicy food person, or
I don't know. It just makes more sense to eat some meat in the morning. Gets you some energy.
I mean, I've seen Kiesel eat half a pie in the morning before, so it's not the sugar.
It's, to be fair, it's whatever we can usually find to eat. But the pie thing was just because they've been sitting out for a few days and no one was going to say anything about it, so...
About that time, I'll be sauntering back in. I've grabbed a little bit of extra fruit for everyone. It sounded like a good idea. And I'll toss one out to Salinas. Here you go. And just... And then I'll head towards the door. Yeah.
Ranged attack.
No! There's no fumbles here. We ain't fumbling this.
oh no,
Where's our monk to intercept
Not
it?
today.
a black eye before we get on the ship.
Nah, what?
And we're going to delay the trip another day while we get medical treatment for everybody.
That's why we don't throw fruit to Zedri.
Listen, you didn't have to call me
I'm
out.
sorry.
Okay, Alan.
Oops.
All right, off we go.
Off we go.
All right, you guys make your way out of House Farheed through the Wave District and head on down to the docks. And a much more pleasant trip down to the docks, much more pleasant view. Not near as cold as it was the day before. The wind's less. No ice things falling from the sky to hit Zedri in the eye. And you quickly find your way to the Dark Maiden, which is a lot more activity than it was the day before when there was 0 people around and you decided to break in. This time there are crew members readying it for sail. You can see Zircon on the forecastle giving orders to different members of the crew there, as well as the captain at the back on the quarter castle barking out orders as well. And seems to be nobody's worse for wear after the lovely night in the Salty Phoenix last night. Everybody seems to be at their post doing their job. Little bit of morning light coming through. The sun hasn't quite gotten above the horizon, but that pre-dawn light coming across gives you a good view of everything. And you make your way to the ship.
Well, time for the second time to get on this ship.
Well, hopefully we won't be kicked off.
I still have at
I mean,
least
if we're
one
not-
door to test to make sure the locks are in working condition.
Could we not? Just until we're out of port far enough that they couldn't throw us overboard.
I'll make sure to talk to the captain beforehand.
Couldn't they throw us overboard no matter how far we're out from port?
Oh, then who's gonna watch over the wine?
I mean, I thought that the worry was that they like to partake in it, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, it would probably be better if they threw us overboard.
That's good to remember.
Well, then we must have every intention to fight like hell if they try.
Well, I have a few things in mind, even if they get rid of us entirely.
And I have a cat.
Excellent.
Sorry, it's really early in the morning.
Yeah, well, they can try throwing me overboard, but I'm certain I can probably run faster than the boat can sail.
Is that true? I almost want to insight check that. Not going to.
No, we could test it.
The others have seen it happen.
What would he run on, though? Can he run on the water next to the boat?
Yeah,
that's
he's
really
gonna-
good, remember?
You can
Oh.
walk on water? I've never seen
shit.
this.
I just thought it was
I've
like
got
frozen.
this special ring here. Ever since I found it, I've been able to walk on water.
Oh, well
We
then
went skiing behind a shark before. That was quite fun.
Oh, you could just walk alongside us. It'd be like walking a dog.
If the boat gets stuck, could you pull us?
I don't know if I'm that strong, but
Well, we
Wow.
can
they
make
try.
you.
Well,
Right.
They
I can
really.
I can make you larger, right? Like I could give you the suit. That would give you some
Good
more
morning,
strength.
Captain. Good morning. We're here.
Wow, they really struck out hiring us. I'm gonna tell you what, they really got a good deal. We do everything.
Hey,
Yeah,
Dan,
we
who
should
do we
actually
see
ask
on
for
deck
some
right
more.
now?
So yeah, Zircon's on the forecastle. Captain Clever Eyes on the quarter castle, which is the rear, and various 12 members of the crew that Zedri's seen before, but you haven't really met at this point in time. Kind of a wide smattering of races. There are Packadeer, elves, humans, merfolk. There's a halfling walking around in there. A couple of Echidna, which are the snake folk.
They're snake folk?
Yeah.
Any firehearts?
And one fireheart,
There's one.
one goblin,
Oh, that's right.
one catfolk, and then yeah, the rest that I already described. So, no sign of the bosun or the mage that you met the night before. Presumably, they are below deck, but
Since I was introduced to the crew, would it be reasonable to say... I'm sorry. I don't know why that triggered. Would it be reasonable to say that I could know that this was the entirety of the crew minus those two, or does it feel like maybe there are a few others under below deck?
no, there are others beyond the two officers that you do not see that you remember having pointed out to you as being members of the crew.
Okay.
They could be below deck. They may be no longer with the crew. It's, don't really know.
Okay.
I'm going to go down below deck and begin storing my stuff. Does anyone want to join me?
Have we already crossed onto the ship?
I have.
That's what I was waiting. Are you
Yeah.
going
Right.
aboarding the ship?
I'm just
we-
going up, man.
Do we have to
Alright.
ask?
I'm gonna walk up behind Vault and start waving, and I'll try to make contact with Clever Eye to get his attention that we're walking up.
I'm also waiting for a response from him, from you calling out to him.
He
Ahoy!
did not respond to you calling out to him. He was too busy with what he was doing. So.
Oh yikes! Yeah, I'm gonna walk up and wave and get his attention and yell ahoy.
Yofreer's gonna.
He'll pick up
use-
his tricorn and tip it to you to welcome you on the ship. You see how scarce his hair is once his hat's picked up.
And the Vault, that sounds like an excellent idea, but I'm going to go talk to the captain just a little bit, just to get our affairs in order. But if you want to start,
Would you like me
going
to carry
downstairs.
it? I could carry your bag. Not that heavy.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Anyone else need their stuff taken down?
I'll head down with you.
I'll be heading down that way as well.
Wonderful.
And the door down is sitting wide open at this point. There's sailors going in and out, hauling stuff down below, stowing things. Those coming back up that seem a little bit more on the tired and groggy side that maybe spent too long of a night at Salty Phoenix before returning to work. But nobody really pays you any mind. You do run into below deck. You run into the bosun, Angeli, and
That is the elf lady?
yes, the tall,
Yes.
lanky elf.
6'4", if I remember.
Correct.
It's even a little bit taller than I am.
Hey, you got somebody to look up to now, you over here.
Yep.
Good morning. Is it Angeli? Do I remember that right?
Yeah. Do you need directions on where to go?
Oh gosh, no. I believe I know where my quarters are, but if you wouldn't mind just confirming, is it just down this way?
It's just head on further to the back.
Actually, if I could ask, where is the cargo that we're I guess, escorting along?
I
I'm going to pick it up
Oh,
and bring it back.
Yeah, that's my
That's
understanding.
Well, I'll be on my way. Wonderful to see you this morning. And I'll just kind of hurry off with a couple bags on hand.
She'll just nod her head and go back to what she's doing, getting things lined up as the quartermaster bosun. Going back to your little position of cargo hold area on the main. Okay, so you have your base deck of the boat, and then you have a deck below where most of your quarters are and some storage, and then you have the hold down below that is got the bulk of the rest of the storage, and then there's the bilge down below that. But you guys are in that
Third down.
medium deck, so you're not all the way down in the hold because you're gonna have to you'd crouch around in there. It's not very tall.
Okay.
You're down in just the below deck area.
Would I need to crouch? I don't think so, right?
At 3'5"? Yes, you would.
No
You
way!
tall halfling.
Gosh darn it.
This is the first time in my life. Yeah, I'll put my stuff down and just kind of like rummage through a few things and kind of be doing my own thing for a little bit.
Okay. All right,
Yeah,
so
you're
the three of you went to go store gear. The other three stayed above deck. Did I follow that right?
yes, I think so.
I definitely want to go talk
Atreus.
to Captain Shiny Pants.
Captain Shiny Pants.
Well, can you put your stuff over here? Just since we're in a new place with a lot of different people, I thought I'd help us be a little bit more secure today.
I love that idea. I assume you have something in mind. Is this that new device you've been working on?
I've been working on some things. I wasn't talking about that, but this should help us nonetheless.
Very well, I see it as a benefit.
Is there like a crate or something, like a lockbox that we can store all of our stuff in?
Nothing like a lockbox or footlocker. No, nothing that could be locked. No.
Should have brought a padlock.
There are some crates. I mean, if you want to just put your stuff in a crate, there's a few, but nothing lockable. Unless you want to make your own.
Should have grabbed a lock
I think it technically still works. Gate, chest, or other entry. As long as it's like a flappable thing, I think.
Okay.
A hinged thing. Yeah, Alfred will put all of our stuff into a crate and cast Arcane Lock on it.
Ooh.
He'll sort of come over and like bolt down each of the studs on the crate, and then tie those like studs together. And then on top of that, he'll also put a small device on the front of it and cast alarm.
Nice.
Okay.
We might want
Now,
to...
for clarification, there is a door to the portion of the boat you're in.
Ooh.
We
So if
own
you
that
wanted
portion?
to just lock that door, you could lock that door.
I wasn't sure if they were going to be like, you're not allowed to lock your door.
Well, I mean, you might have to do some schmoozing. Yeah, it'd help if you were like in with the captain and stuff, or maybe even in with the captain and the first mate, but that would never happen, right?
So as I walk up to the captain,
So there
boy,
might-
have you heard about logs?
Yeah, in that case, I would like to. I'd be fine with closing out the entire section then, if Alfred felt that was appropriate.
Okay. Well, it's your call on whether Alfred finds that appropriate, but I will assume that means that yes, Alfred
Yeah.
does find that appropriate and is going to go ahead and do that. So,
Well, I didn't even think of that. So would Alfred think of that?
You didn't know there was a door
it's
there.
kind of
did you?
that theater of the mind deal. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess I'm not in the area to like look around and see what my options.
Realize you walked through a door.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Alfred would walk through a door and realize he could lock a door. Yeah. Okay.
Inside the chamber that you're in, there's a couple crates. They seem to be empty. There's the 2 barrels that you guys observed the night before. One that seems to be some sort of freshwater barrel. The other one seems to be some stink of, not stink, but fish smell of salted fish. Zedri made sure to put his bedroll right next to that.
Nice.
All right, so the 3 of you above deck. Kiesel's going to go talk to the captain.
Yes.
I'm going with him. Yes.
Okay. Zedri?
Is the boarding dock? Is it approaching like the left side of the ship, or is it approaching like the right side of the ship? Like which side of the docks are we on?
Good question.
Okay. So you would be approaching the starboard side, which would be the right side of the ship.
Okay, so then Zedri's gonna hop over to the port side and kind of lean back near the rigging so that he can watch people kind of come up, and all he's gonna do is just like matchstick produce flame on the wooden railing so that he can get a little bit of soot, and he wants to start trying to like sketch out the plan of the deck.
Okay.
Wow.
Giga brain.
All right. Do you have expertise in performance?
Expert.
No.
Or proficiency, I mean. Sorry, proficiency.
In performance? Absolutely not. No.
Okay, so then just give me a dex check then.
Oh, just a solid dex check.
You
Okay.
can do it.
Nat 20, nat 20, nat 20.
First roll. First roll.
7.
Can
That's
I
respectable.
use? I want to use my inspiration. I really
Don't catch the ship on fire in port.
I'm really sorry. I think this is an important role.
Ooh.
Much better.
Much better. Okay.
Almost by 10.
All right, you make a very well-detailed map of how the ship is laid out, where everything's at, pretty good mental image of where things are being stored even. That more is you're just maintaining that in your mind than actually being able to draw, but you just observe a good amount of what's going on around you and observe you got the stacking of ammo next to the ballistas. Looks like they have been stocked with both harpoons and ballista bolts. And watching all these individuals, you didn't get much of a description of I believe there was 2 individuals that the captain told you about.
He told
Keep
me
an eye
about
out for.
Malik. He told me about Hero, who he said was a Fireheart, and then he told me about Vendana as well.
Wow. Names.
So if I see anybody with like cook attire,
Okay, I
Fireball.
think just to clarify, and I'm just going to give this to you, just because I may not have pronounced it very well. Did you think it was Malik?
yes,
Okay, so it's Valika.
Valika. Okay.
Yes.
He looks so confused. He was like, Malik.
Like, I don't remember a Malik on this journey, but maybe he got kicked off last night. He didn't make it out of the tavern. But
No one did.
The dreamer got it. We don't.
The who?
No.
yeah, let's not go. All right, and I shared with you guys a nice little bit better portrait of Mr. Clever Eye. I don't know if that got thrown up to stream at all.
It has, sir. It is
Oh, look at that.
beautifully there.
Dash.
As long as you can't see his hair missing. All right,
It's such a big
the
hat.
2 of you going up to the captain.
Oh, yeah, I'll walk up this plank and talk and do my thing, and then I'll walk up the stairs. You said he's by the wheel.
Yeah, he'd be at the
Part-
captain.
Him and the first mate, right?
No, the first mate is at the front of the ship.
Okay, good. So I'm gonna walk up and Captain, oh, great to see you again this morning. How have you been doing? How are you? And I'll reach out my hand and go for the handshake.
Morning to you as well. Just looks off, cutting it a little bit close on sunrise. He shakes your hand.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, I mean, look, this, it can't get everybody up early in the morning, but we are here, and we're very happy to be here. And I did just want to go over maybe some sort of the basics before we, left port and everything.
Yeah, I can talk briefly. I need to keep making sure everything gets stocked and stowed properly, but what do you need?
Well, I just maybe want to know what our expectations are. Just maybe have some rules so we're not stepping on anybody's toes. Last thing we want is to have to throw somebody overboard.
Well, hopefully nothing comes to that, but I mean, any of you or your crew have experience sailing?
One Yofred here. He is an experienced sailor. The rest of us, I can't really speak for that.
I mean, we've been on boats, and some of us have helped out, but he's the only one with the expertise.
Right. Anybody got any training with ballistas?
Ranged weapons, yes. We do have people with very good eye-hand coordination. So I feel like that would just transfer to, like, point coordination.
One would think, but it's a little bit more complicated than that. But yeah, maybe we'll have some time. We can teach you how to do that.
Well, if it involves mathematics, one of us definitely is good at that, so...
All right. I mean, other than that, for the journey to Barall, I don't really have any specific needs of you. My understanding is you are to acquire and escort Honorio's cargo back to Cybil. So most of your work comes after we get to Barall, but happy to let you help out if you feel you're capable of throwing in and helping with the crew, and just mostly if you're not of help, try and stay out of the way of others to not prevent them from doing their jobs in order to make sure that this is a smooth voyage.
Well,
everybody's got to do their part.
Yeah, and that's really great, because I imagine we would be helping out in some of the downtime. But what could we do to help you? Is there anything that you personally would like to see done around the ship, or, just personally, any sort of wants or desires, anything like that? Make your life a little bit easier.
I mean,
something we can keep an eye out for you.
Selena gives him a look.
The captain or Kiesel?
The captain.
Roll for look.
Roll for smolder.
Don't damage my ship. Make sure nobody else does. If you could stop your friend down there from starting it on fire, I don't know what he's doing, but
it's trying to strike it.
No, it's like an illusion. It's like an illusion magic. It's not going to burn the boat down. He's far more responsible. But yes, if there's anything that you would need, any sort of personal help around the ship, then we would definitely be of assistance. Secondary questions. This may not be a very uneventful trip to Barall.
Hopefully.
Hopefully it is, but
hopefully it isn't.
Oh well, I mean, yeah, but I was also saying that we'd be encountering maybe pirates. What do your odds or chances look like?
I don't know if you were a very superstitious bunch, but we don't say the P word while we're on board the ship.
Oh, yeah, I just missed that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yes, the high tide bandits, or whatever you should call them by, how frequent, and have you been stopped or shot at, or?
Yeah, a few times. I mean, they're quite plentiful and out there, but most of their attention once they get sight of the ship's weaponry, they usually steer clear and look for easier prey.
It's like merchant ships. No,
Yeah, I mean, mostly
unarmed
they're looking
merchant
for
ships.
stuff to steal. Fund their operations, fund their little tiff with the Barallian government, and hopefully they'll stay out of our ways, and if we're even luckier, we won't ever see them.
Do they?
Just a small request. If we do encounter a band bold enough to front the ship, until we can confirm the captain, do we keep diplomacy on the option? As an option? I might be able to talk at least one captain down.
Well, that's lovely and splendid, but I don't know how many times you've been on a boat dealing with pirates. But by the time we can see who the captain is, we're fucked.
Yeah. Well, it's just just. No,
But if we
always...
get there, I will happily let you try and negotiate your way out.
Noted.
Do the pirates take people, or just money?
Depends. I mean, I've heard stories of if there isn't enough cargo, or if they need to make sure that there's nobody left to tell the story, they may take prisoners. Which I suppose is preferable to them killing everybody. So,
Indeed, I suppose. Well, is this a I just want to know, is this like a locked ship or an unlocked ship? Just because if we're keeping our supplies like in a room, it would have, are we able to lock the doors or something, or is that?
I mean, there's really only 3 locked doors on the ship. 2 up here at the rear of the ship. We have the captain's quarters, of course, and the officers' mess next door. Those are both locked up. And then the door to the hold and the rest of the chambers down below is typically locked. Aside from that, we don't typically lock anything else because those spaces typically need to be readily accessible. But I suppose if you have need of locking your portion of the ship, we could probably make arrangements.
Yeah, I mean, especially if we're supposed to be keeping tight track of the goods once we are on the return to Barall. Also, are there any sort of paperwork or anything that you keep here on the ship, or is that something that we should expect that like a dockmaster would have like a manifest once we pick up the supplies?
We'll discuss that probably a little bit more when we reach the destination. I don't know the specifics. That's your job, is to cart the cargo. My job is to cart you.
Understood.
All right. Well, we shan't keep you any longer. We appreciate your time. Gives a big bow.
Tip his hat a little bit lighter this time and go back to barking orders to people around him. He's a little bit different when not under the influence. So
Hung over, Captain.
it doesn't seem hungover. Just a matter of
he's at work.
Yeah.
He's at work. Oh man, he's being a hard ass.
Professionals have standards.
Oh yeah, well, professionals can also have fun.
All right.
So I guess from there we'll just like go back down and kind of regroup with everybody else.
But you'll catch up to Silliness and Kiesel after trying to buff out the railing so that it isn't scorched.
You'll get a little salute from the captain after you tried to buff out your burning. So.
Wow, it's character. It's fine.
All right, you guys all heading down below deck to reunite with the other three that have, at this point in time, stored your gear. Alfred's gotten his little locking mechanism put in place. Did the three of you send your gear down with the other three, or are you still carrying your stuff?
Nah, Vol took my shit.
Use that 3.5 foot pack holders.
Zedry
still has his like. Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, when you made your smoldering thing, was that like on like parchment or
Yeah, it was in my notebook.
in your notebook? Okay. Wow, that was really cool how you were able to sketch that. The captain wasn't like super keen on it, but I thought it was cool. I told him it was like fireworks, not to worry about it. I think maybe we can get a little bit more detail. I don't know how much you heard, but he kind of doesn't know what the fuck's going on, so I don't think they keep like inventory like in here. But he said we could like lock doors, so, and I'll kind of be pointing to like on the notebook, or kind of like, so if we're gonna be here, he said it'd be cool if we could lock the door and then kind of have the space, and that way we can keep like a tight checkup on the supplies.
Make a ring with my nail for those. There were 2 spots above deck, right?
For the
Is
locking?
Kiesel sharing those? Yeah.
I was pointing out that I think the area that we were staying, going down, that has the hold or whatever. He could like lock. I'm pointing that out, and then I'm also letting you know that like, we can lock this door because he says it's cool. And then I guess I'll just share the other locations of like which doors are usually locked.
Okay.
That's good information gathering, honestly. I mean, I suspect we won't be able to do much until we make land in Barall.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be good to have this kind of information on hand. Walk.
Onwards.
Walk.
So, how did it go, everyone?
Well, he's a lot different when he's on the job.
All right.
What do you
couple
mean?
of things. Sorry. Sorry. You go ahead. Hazel.
And I mean, I was just gonna. He's just all that, and now he's like, but we did get to debriefing a little bit, and I'll kind of turn back to Salinas.
Yes, a couple of things. Those who can know how to sail a ship are welcome to help. Those who know how to fight are welcome to fight when we encounter problems. Otherwise, stay out of the way. We're don't have much until the journey back for guarding anything. And don't say, don't mention your Reapers out loud. It's apparently bad luck.
I'm not sure if it's the Reapers, but he said the P word, so don't say pirates.
Oh yeah, we don't say that on the boats.
Oh, he just said it.
Is there
No.
anything else on the etiquette front we should know?
No, I really tried to find that out, but he
No.
really just he was just like,
I have one more thing, that would be good for the etiquette front.
Oh.
If a door is locked, don't go in.
Fair enough.
Perhaps.
We do need to check at least the hold lock.
Perhaps.
I've locked this one that
Yes.
we have here.
Yes, he said this one's okay to be locked.
Oh,
But he
that's
did
great.
point out to me the doors that are usually locked in the ship. So I was thinking maybe if there has been a thief problem, then maybe we can kind of like be sentries and just maybe check locks every so often. I don't know. I just thought that information would be useful. But no, I mean, he was just he was just like, like, if you're gonna help, help, and if you're not gonna help, get the fuck out of the way. And it's like, okay, but like, do I bev? Do I walk around with my shoes on? Like, I don't want to offend this guy because we're here on behalf of someone else. So, but it's just kind of do your own thing, help, or just be productive quietly.
I would assume out of sight and out of mind is fine on the first
Indeed,
night.
indeed.
Well,
Well, that's
Gopher
for
is good. Go ahead.
As for the shoes, depending on what your shoes are made of, you may have better grip barefoot. So there's not any rule against being barefoot.
Yeah. I don't really have like a grip though.
That's good to know.
How are we supposed to help though? You said like helping out with the ship. I know Yofergear's good at that, but you said fighting. We're all good at that, right?
So he specifically asked for like ballista help. So I said that we have people that are very good at shooting and eye-hand coordination, and then he just gave me a look like this is like a siege weapon. This isn't like a crossbow. But I mean, it's kind of like a point and shoot. But I think you're really good at like trigonometry or geometry, or like you're very good at like angling things because you work with your hands. So I figured you would probably be the most qualified. Look for the vertex or the
yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you, Kiesel.
Yeah, no. I mean, I'm sure anyone else would be welcome to try, but I think you're the only one that when you fight, you kind of mathematically figure things out, angles and trajectory and things. Not like a trebuchet, it's so.
Are we allowed
I wish
to
it was.
practice on them?
You know what? I didn't think he was kind of rushing me out of the conversation.
Maybe
and
later.
Salinas, yeah.
I would be very interested to see how one of these fires. I've never used a ballista.
Speaking of how they fired, there were two different types of ammo too. They were like the like normal like ballista bolts, I guess, and then there was like barbed kind of like spears as well.
Oh my.
Oh,
Keen
maybe
eyes.
maybe the barbed spears would be used for like spear fishing. Oh, actually, it's probably to get another ship and like maybe bring it closer.
Well, one
The
can also be
spear
a-
part did have rope attached to them.
Yar.
Andrew's just non-verbally trying to like make a picture of like what they look like.
I am so excited about this.
Ugh.
With your
Oh.
16, you were able to do that too. We'll throw that in.
I was scared.
That's really good.
Oh, you even got the coil of the rope on the thing. Oh, that was just neat.
Yeah, I mean, I know that I'm probably going to go through paper a lot. I was trying to avoid Zircon, if I'm being completely honest. I'm just a little worried about if it could cause any sort of miscommunication on the ship if I'm seen with him. I don't want to get a bad rap. Anything.
What do you mean by? What do you
You
mean
two
by that?
he seemed quite fond of you last night. You've done a great job at getting us more allies on this boat.
Yeah, I guess so. It's just some people are kind of mean to him. I feel like he might get kind of like bullied and stuff, and I just would like to avoid that myself if possible.
Oh, it'd be fine. I imagine he has so many wonderful stories, although I will say, it looked like you were a bit uncomfortable, no offense, last night. So...
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he kind of just absolutely went in, and I had a really hard time keeping up with his incredible stories that he was telling.
Did you notate like a scribe, or did you?
I got your papers, by the way, in case you are going to be taking any extra notes. I brought you some extra from the house.
Oh, I appreciate it.
And I'll pull them out of one of the my pockets and be like, here's some extra loose leaf paper.
Yeah.
With a little bit of a wink. It's a small amount of troll in there. A little baby.
Now, problem is, Kiesel, he wasn't It was a lot of words, so I kind of just, and Zedro put up the fact that he was just like scribbling and doodling like the whole time. I really
Oh.
don't even remember what he said, so I'm in a lot of trouble if he tries to come up to me and continue that story.
Well, if you would like a bailout, if I'm ever available, then please, I would love to crash that party and really just try to bond with somebody on the ship, to be honest. But that's a very talented drawing you have there, and I'm glad that his boring story gave you that much inspiration.
I suppose so. Maybe I'll teach him about like drawing pictures himself so that he can avoid saying so many words.
What does he like?
The high seas.
Himself,
He
I
kept
bet.
on comparing it. Yeah, that too. He just kept on comparing it to like really beautiful things, like women and like a clear sky and again women. It was a lot of women that he was comparing the sea to.
Oh, he was a boat boy in school, wasn't he? Like he was the kid who really liked boats, wasn't he?
I suppose so. I mean,
Oh, and now he's probably childless and he's still married. I don't have anything. Oh, gee, I don't know if I can bail you out of that one. That's tough.
wait, take him back? What you just said?
No, I'm just displaying a lack of confidence, but because we're friends, I will back you up no matter what. I will kill somebody if you need me to, but in this case, I will help you in this conversation.
Should we have a bit of a safe word for you in case you need to be rescued, shall we say?
Or maybe like a prestidigitation to make like fireworks with your fingers and
A code or something.
Probably alight the entire sail if I did that. Alfred, I totally agree. You're the one who's extremely smart about aiming and you're very precise. And me, I'm just not. Most of what I do just kind of flares out or flares up or flares in my face. So I think you're the one when it comes to the ballistas.
We can go back to discussing the safe words later if you'd like, Cedric.
That's...
oh wow!
No, fine.
Oh, thank you, Salinas. Oh boy.
Maybe we can double team Zekon and just work together to befriend him, Kiesel.
You know what? Yes, we can double team him. I can. All right, Eric. You know what? So where are we putting where put my stuff somewhere? I can't find my stuff. I don't like this conversation. Anyway, so we should be leaving in a few hours. Good jokes from everybody. But we should be leaving here soon. I don't know, in a few hours. He seemed annoyed that we were like late. He's like, oh, like the sun is almost up, and I told him that we did. I don't know. He's just being ridiculous. Wow.
We still haven't left yet, so it's not like we are running late.
Yeah, I don't know what his deal is.
Perhaps he likes punctuality.
I suppose. Well, Volt, where did you put my things?
Oh, right over here. There's a crate that is just absolutely dry and
Is it through this
Paired.
door?
Yes, you could see. We have an alarmed and locked door. You'll be so happy.
I'm
You can
glad
thank
I
Alfred
asked.
for that.
Can I open this?
Yeah, there's a password I can set one. Does anyone have a good like
Safe word?
Cybil. Let's use that. That seems easy.
I'm sorry?
Cybil?
Cybil, yeah, that sounds great.
Oh, but no, we
Where
we
is
named
that dog?
we named the name
Right here.
the group. We could give the password like
Is
that.
Cybil
Oh.
on below deck with us?
Yeah, Cybil's right next to me.
Okay, cool. Well, then I'd be patting it again.
The dog.
Has Cybil had any like issue like being on the boat?
And she was originally the pirate
She was a
dog.
pirate dog.
Yeah, she got sea legs.
She have a little iPad?
More so than all the rest of us.
Yeah, usually I would assume that a pet takes after their owner, but in this case it's quite the opposite.
So here's the other thing that I'm worried about. last night, whenever I was trying to do, I guess, reconnaissance, there are 3 individuals who they were saying like to have a good time, and I would just want to make sure that maybe we could try to get to know them so that whenever the drink makes it on board, that it doesn't mysteriously disappear. So I have a sneaking suspicion it might be one of them.
Would you mind listing them so I can keep notes? And I'll pull out my notebook and start taking notes on the 3 individual names.
There's Valika, there's Hero, and then there's Vendana. Did I get it wrong again?
Nope.
Okay. I
Valika,
was
Hero,
really worried.
and Vendana.
Is this like Hero like gyros, like the food, or is it Hero like
Or is it-
H-E-R-O?
H-I-R-O.
H-I-R.
H-I-R.
Hiero.
Oh.
Ooh, okay.
And Valika,
H-I-
V-A-L-I-C-A?
E-I.
Velika.
Brown never get these right.
There's so many letters going on.
Yeah, what the hell?
Ulika. Okay.
I'll put them all in the stream afterwards. Vendana, how do I spell that?
V-E-N-D-A-N-A.
NNA.
W.
Vandana.
V-A-N.
All A's.
Dang.
Vandana.
Vandana! I wonder if she has a nice
Yeah, it's a Vandana.
I wonder if she's ever seen Van Halen. That was a reach.
Do you wear Vans, the shoes?
Let's not go down that road.
What do they look like, Zedri?
Oh, I don't know what any of them look like except for Hero is he's also a Fireheart.
Oh, wonderful. And a male.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And Valika goes by she, and then Vendana, I don't know that I ever got any information
She.
from him. She.
Well, maybe we could dissuade them if needed, and I'll pull out a bottle of scotch from my bag.
Well, maybe we could use that to lure them out and just just see who would respond to the bottle.
Yeah,
maybe-
but
Setting
Maybe-
traps seems a little bit rude.
You know what? You're right. But maybe have it like, hey, if you want to have a drink, what's your name? We'll get to know you, and that way we get like a profile.
That might be something good to do.
Or perhaps we just lock the door and not let anyone else in.
Oh, we could do that, but
That
you
seems
know,
like a plan.
not to stereotype. But, some of the people who work on boats can be kind of,
A bit salty.
shady.
Do they
well, I don't think that these 3 are a comprehensive list of who might be the ones to partake of the goods.
Fair enough. Do you know if there's anything we must do before the boat sets off?
Stay out of the way.
I'll be able to do that swimmingly.
Yeah. We're all like packed up and stuff, so we're just really waiting. So unless anybody wants to check out if they need help, I guess we can kind of settle in and.
I'm
just
going
go
to set
talk.
up my hammock, and I'll start trying to set a hammock up in the little back storage room.
Yeah, DM, how much room do we have to play with back here? Can we all get a hammock, or is this just like Vault's gonna do it and he's claiming the space so that I can't? Because he like beats me to it.
You got about 15 by 20.
Only take up like 3 feet, dude.
Oh, bro, that's enough. We can set up a ping pong table in here, bro. 15 by 20.
A ping pong table, yes.
Describe it to Alfred. He could make it. I don't know where we're gonna get the ping pong balls from.
Raw materials. the supplies we're bringing to like for the trip.
I did want to go ahead and name. I went ahead and prepared something so that all of us will be a-okay on the ship. I just want to make sure that we all consent to it. I know that before Yofridia, you can like walk on the water. You remember whenever we first fell off that ship and we all almost died because a lot of us couldn't swim, and then we were saved? Well, guess who can go ahead and do that too now?
Is it you?
Yes, it is. No, it's actually all me. And Zitra's gonna start like rubbing his hands together. You're all good though. You'll be able to like. I don't think you're gonna like grow gills or anything. I don't think it should be a problem.
Oh wait, so wait, you can make somebody breathe
That's-
water?
Yeah.
That is
Ooh.
Growing gills a possibility.
that is quite pragmatic. I'm very excited about this. And I'm like, as I'm saying that, as I'm like still trying to fix up this hammock.
Oh wait, how did you make people breathe underwater? I just figured out the gas exchange like last week.
Oh well, I mean, ultimately, what it has to do is the way that your air is kind of like brought in. So what I kind of thought of, I guess, was like the heat exchange of it. So it's just kind of like a warmness in your throat. And I'm gonna be completely honest, I haven't done this before. That's kind of why I want all of you to consent to it.
Oh, but like, I think that goes back to the question: if we like, what if that makes us breathe underwater, but not like? Yeah.
I hate to interrupt, but it seems we have a visitor.
We do?
I heard someone walking. And I'm gonna go looking for somebody.
About that.
You don't have to go looking.
Okay.
Eudoxia, the ship's mage, has been standing at the doorway, like you guys having this big fun conversation. It's about time you stop talking. Yeah, we're waiting on you for the go-ahead to get going. We're at your beck and call on leaving, so if you're ready to go anytime, that'd be terrific.
For our deepest apologies. Yes, we're all here, ready to set sail immediately.
Terrific.
Sorry, I thought we were told to stay out of the way.
Yeah, I don't think that extended to telling us when we could leave, but good to know.
Deepest apologies, we've been told that information. Yes, we can leave.
Oh, can I bother you for a moment, ma'am?
Sure.
Do you happen to have a key to the hold here? I'd like to test the locks.
Do?
Can you come with me, as we're sailing?
Yeah, I suppose you're probably better off talking to Angeli or Zircon for that. I kind of typically am a bit busy while we're underway.
Understandable. Would you mind pointing them out to me? I think I've met Angeli once.
Angeli's the tall, lanky elf.
Lovely.
Zircon's the average height, angry merfolk.
Angry merfolk. Yes, I do recognize that. Thank you so much, and we are definitely ready to go. Thank you for waiting.
Yeah. She'll just turn and walk away. You watch, she reaches in. So, like, where you guys are at, you're in this back 15 feet of the ship. So, like, directly looking at the picture of the ship, like, directly below where Char's is and to the rear. Then going out, there's just like a 5-foot wide little hallway running along the side, and then several side chambers going to the other side, and then everything seems to be weighted all the way to the far side. And so right next to you is the galley, and then there is some storage areas and some hammocks, and then the front part where the stairs come down into is primarily all just like hammocks and cots for the crew to sleep in.
Amazing.
But you watch as Eudoxia like reaches around the corner into the galley, grabs something and an apple, and goes walking off towards the front of the ship, and some cursing coming from the galley as she steals something.
Well, she was lovely.
I have a question. Is this a deep boat, or is the roof like this? Or are we kind of like underneath a significant portion to where the roof is like 5-10 feet above our head?
So this portion of the boat would be about 7-foot ceilings.
Ooh, nice. That's nice.
So the really tall races would struggle down here. They'd all be crouching, which there are a few. I did mention there was a pack of deer aboard. They would be stooping pretty good. No giants today.
No giants. Alright, I think we're pretty ready. What's going on, DM?
Is there anything that we need to take underway before we sail? I don't think so.
All right. So you feel the boat start to move. If you guys are all staying below deck, it makes my job easy. I don't have to describe much. So make your way out of harbor. You can kind of feel just like the boat kind of adjusting a little bit. It's really, really slow at first on trying to get adjusted to get back out of port, but then eventually getting to a point where you can feel like it's picking up some speed. And Vault, how much sea travel have you done?
It's like a handful of trips. Like, family has gone on some little trips, and I've gone with them, but not much.
Okay. Alfred, how are you feeling about being back on a boat for... I mean, you've gone on one since the original trip.
Alfred is experiencing the sensation of a boat and everything that entails. He is all right thus far. He might go up above deck to just like feel the breeze and see if that'll calm his nerves.
Okay.
I think he's doing all right.
Everybody give me a con save, Yofredir with advantage.
We're doing all right.
Solid, everybody. Yeah, Alfred's doing splendid.
Breeze
Shoot,
hits
he
his
is.
face. He walks up above deck, and it just rushes past his face. He takes it in. The sun is shining now. It's great.
This is an easy one. This was only a DC 5, so everybody's okay. Everybody's doing good.
Does Alfred
Goodness.
look like physically nervous as we're kind of starting to get, I guess, out into the main bay-ish area and starting into like going into like open waters?
Alfred, any fears? You feel like you'd have any fears at this point?
You'll see Alfred like showing a bit of apprehension on his face. He's like sort of thumbing this like large ring and hood around his neck that he's been wearing, just sort of like clasping at it. He's looking all around, so yeah, you can tell he's a bit nervous.
Give me a wisdom save.
No,
I want to do approach Alfred as he's. I want to do approach.
You're summoning up some pretty good courage to deal with this. You're good with an 11.
How are you holding up? How's it feel to be back on the water again?
it's all right. You know, not my favorite place to be, but you know, it seems like it's gonna be a good day. The water isn't too rough. Yeah. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Being on the water doesn't really bother me, but I know you had kind of grown accustomed to, you know, being out. Everything, and I know is kind of a big deal. So, just wanted to see how you were doing.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think I'll be all right. You'll see Alfred like let his hands down a bit, sort of like sit down a bit.
Keys will kind of like shoot off to the side with this like side eye to the ground, and kind of the disappointment in realizing that Alfred's still afraid of being on the water on the boat, and that fear wasn't actually conquered or pushed towards for some reason. I'll kind of acknowledge that, and kind of want to walk up to the top of the ship. Is there anybody at the top?
mean up on deck?
Yeah.
There's lots of people up on deck.
Oh boy.
Looking at the lovely map of all of our lovely individuals here. So, the ship's mage, the captain, the first mate, all above deck, as well as 10 members of the crew that are lovely displayed as our little bandit images for today, because I was not making 24 crew members. Yet, at least. So, we'll see how creative I get this week. But
Chat,
anyway.
help us out with that. Make us some hero forges and link them in.
Yes, crew members have some lovely, want to throw in some thoughts on crew members. Feel free to do so in the chat. Other than naming them all the Kraken. So.
Bodie McBoatface.
I like that.
Okay, maybe.
Sorry.
Yeah, so there's a variety of individuals moving about the boat, checking rigging, making sure that the ballistas are well set up, stocked, that all the ammo is secure, that the ballistas are secure so that they're not just wobbling about. As you make your way through the waves, crashing through. And since we are above deck, we will switch to our above deck sound effects. But
And what's the homie Zircon doing?
Zircon just kind of seems to be doing what he does best, looking off into the distance for any potential danger.
Kiesel approaches. All right, here we go. His second try. And as I'll walk up to Zircon, as he's, I guess, cast out, looking out. What a beautiful sight, isn't it?
Yes. Enjoy my time on the sea. Need something?
No, I was just maybe, maybe I did need something, but I just wanted to take a moment to admire the beauty of, just being out on the open ocean and watching the city get further and further away.
No. Views are free.
Yeah, I mean, they're free, but not everybody appreciates them.
That is true. Looks like should be good winds. Should make good time today.
What time were you expecting to hit Barall?
Should be... Keep it this pace. 4 days. Maybe a little bit more.
Oh, that's so fast, especially with this type of ship, 3 masts and everything. It's surely to pick up some wind. Pretty 6 speeds, too.
Yeah, I mean, keep things pretty trim. Eudoxia helps a little.
Oh, I mean, sure, but I mean, with the way this thing is built, this just sips right through. It's almost like you're part of the ocean. Really feel, to be in tune with the waves and to really feel the vehicle,
All right, give me your schmooze roll.
I'm giving him like the manual car guide talk.
We got this.
High speed. Oh my god.
Am I
Shit's like a
persuasion?
Yes, persuasion.
Oh shit,
Bro, you got this.
bro. Oh please have mercy on me.
Oh, almost.
Fuck.
Just kind of goes back to staring off into the distance. Doesn't really engage in the conversation. Not being dismissive or anything, but just...
So, not to be all romantic and all, but what do you experience with having the Reapers be a persistent threat in the oceans?
Damn, man. Just...
Oh, I'm
talking about...
he said I was told not to say the P word.
Yeah,
but...
we just don't talk about the
okay,
them
okay,
and
okay.
less things.
So I can't even ask questions.
Just don't.
Okay, well then,
I want to know.
Just how they fight. Are they very ferocious? Are we going to need to shoot these ballistas at men or at beasts or at wood? I just want to know what we're getting into, because we could kill everybody if you tell us to kill a whole boat full of people. We can do that. I just want to know what we're expecting on our end. You know what I mean? It's an extra liability.
We don't, like, have beasts or anything. It'd just be a matter of fighting them if they attempt to board.
No, so they're just like dudes.
Dudes. Some of them are dudettes, but
Oh yeah, I mean, dudes is just anybody who's an anybody with fingers and arms and everything.
I mean, but not the same. But
yeah,
I don't really worry too much about the dudettes.
I mean, well, yeah, sure. So, are they frequent in their attacking? Are they,
It's probably gone 5 trips without having to deal with them. Seen them, but haven't had to encounter them.
Well, that's some pretty good odds, I guess. I mean, here's to 6 trips without any sort of encounter.
He knocks on the side of the mast. Riora willing.
Yes. Well, I don't mean to bother you anymore, but I'll just leave you to the views. And Kiesel will walk back away and kind of wander around, kind of look at the ballistas, look at the weaponry being used, and do I spy with my little eye a Fireheart male on board, who is not somebody that I already know?
That's 3.
No, 2. No.
No Fireheart above deck other than Alfred at the moment.
Okay.
At which point, Alfred, during this, gazing upon the beautiful open waters that Kiesel and Zircon are sharing, Alfred would want to walk over and see one of these aforementioned ballista and see if he can, start just casually looking about it, seeing if he can figure it out.
Okay.
Seeing what its designs are.
Sure. Okay, you can inspect any of them. They aren't, under lock and key or anything like that. What about the other 4?
I would like to try and find... I'd like to try and corner Zedri.
Zedri's very quick to leave. You said that there's the scent of fish near the room? Yeah,
true.
no, that ain't it. You immediately try to dip, but I guess stay on the middle deck at this point rather than going out above deck.
Okay.
He's just kind of wandering around.
Zedri, yes. Can I speak with you for a moment?
Yeah. Is this like a private conversation, or can we have it yeah?
No, I mean it's fine. I just noticed that Volt had given you a bunch of extra loose paper. Wondering if I could perhaps have a bit of it.
You want to bum paper off of me? I mean, it isn't that hard to get, right?
Well, I mean,
I'm just kidding. Yes, of course you can have some. And Zedri will take out some of the loose leaf paper and hand it over to Selena.
Just for clarification, Yofredir and Vault, what are you doing?
I mean, I'd probably be just chilling in my hammock whenever I get that up, and then I want to be practicing on my padlock, my Grana's padlock, just kind of picking at it and playing with it for a little bit. Eventually, I do want to talk. I have a few people I need to talk to on deck, but that's later.
Yofredir?
Alfred, he would have laid his bedroll out right next to the fish barrel, but also diagonally in the room. That would be one thing people would notice, if anything. And then besides that, he'd probably just be sitting against the wall of the ship. And what Vault would notice being still in the room, he's actually got his necklace off with the dragon talon. He's also got some sort of teeth and feathers that he's kind of working into the rope part of the necklace.
Oh, cool.
Got our crafting.
All right, so
going
you
on.
two are doing craft and resting time, while Salinas and Zedri have their exchange. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that we knew where they were at while you guys were trying to have a conversation within 10 feet of them.
How much paper would Vault have given Sentry?
A pretty decent amount. Probably like in the range of like 20-ish or more pieces of paper, probably. Like, I'm not saying it's like a full notebook, but we definitely had some paper.
I just,
Yeah, you guys got
I just
paper?
need. Oh,
I'll give you
need
30
7
sheets.
Yes, 30 sheets. Let's go.
Thankful, yes.
I
That's
just
way
need
better.
7 pieces.
That's such a specific number. What are you doing?
Well, I've been thinking. Perhaps if we are getting. If Kiesel and I have gotten you all involved, and we're getting Volt's family involved, that perhaps it's time that I start reaching out to my network of people to trying and ask for some. To be better informed, so I'm going to try and send out some letters when we get back at the port.
Oh, okay. Are you allowed to talk about these secret contacts?
Well, you've met some of them. I mean, I'm going to try and send in a letter to Lady Willissa. I'm going to send a letter to Crestport, addressed to Deirdre, in case she comes looking for us. One to Guinevere from Wickob as well. Then some more people from back in Averia and Telluria, and I'm going to write the bulletin, the message to Fiona. I'm going to be.
Fiona is...
The extremely powerful mage that is the lead of the circus.
Oh. Okay. Hey, question. You had mentioned before that, like, whenever we were back at the restaurant and it was like the whole scene and everything, but, you were talking about heavy stuff.
Yeah, let's not talk about that. Yeah.
Well, no, I don't want to press or anything like that. I mean, I appreciate that you've been honest up to this point. You're opening up a little bit, which is nice. I mean, I'm sure there's more that you could talk about that you're probably just holding close to your chest, but yeah, it's not my goal to try to talk it out of you.
If I'm trying to involve more people and not just try and do everything myself. So if I try and reach out to you or other people, I try to invite you into a conversation. Don't. It's really hard when you do when I do what you've been asking me to, and I still get scolded for it at the end anyway.
I mean, I think there's maybe a level of tact that goes along with it. And you can't always just throw out stuff about yourself. It needs to have some sort of context. And if you can empathize rather than sympathize, I think it's all the better.
Alright. Keep that in mind.
Do you want to help me find Vendana? I was gonna ask her to help me make some tea for Alfred, and I mean, you are extremely well spoken, and I think it might be nice to have you along for the talk, if possible.
Sure. Who is Vendana? Alright, she's one of the officers?
I think so. Yeah, she's the cook.
Oh, alright, yes. Alright, yeah, I can come with you if you'd like.
And Zedri's gonna try to hunt on the mid deck for Vendana. See if there's any sort of like maybe kitchen or anything as well.
That would be the galley.
Mm-hmm.
We're on it.
It's right next to where you're at.
Perfect. Turns my head. Oh wait.
Right, yeah.
Go to the source of the cursing.
Opens the door.
Oh, it's just open. There's no door.
Oh.
On this. They just walk up to the galley, and you see.
Nice.
Ooh.
Very dark-skinned, very short elf. 5'1", pretty. Let's see. Zedri and Salinas, give me history checks, I suppose. And Zedri, you can do with advantage.
Oh, okay.
Good.
Yes, please.
Okay,
Oh gosh. Why do we keep on both rolling 9s for everything?
9.
Yeah, pretty stocky elf. She's got elven ears, dark skin, fairly nice features and everything. She's dressed moderately, nice pinkish apron, working her way around on the cutting board, chopping up something fragrance-wise, onion vicinity.
Thing to get rid of the fish.
And seems to be quite busy working at preparing whatever is going to be lunch on the boat. So,
Is there a stove? Or
Yes.
some sort of heating
Yeah.
apparatus?
Yep.
Okay. Are there
There's a little
things
higher
on top of it?
There's a pot that presumably is some sort of a soup or stew, or maybe just purifying some water.
Hello, Vendana.
Who's asking?
The folks who are here to kind of like watch over the cargo that we're gonna pick up in Barall.
What you need?
Well, I don't want to distract you or anything. You can go ahead and keep on working.
I can multitask. I'm good at it.
Oh, okay. Is she good at it? As the
Insight
moment
check.
she says that, I'm
There's no
very
screens of her
interested to
chopping
see.
off her fingers, so she must be doing okay.
Okay, solid. Well, I was just wondering if I could go ahead and procure one of those burners so that I could go ahead and brew some ginger tea for my friend, who is slightly prone to seasickness.
I mean, it gonna take you long?
No, I really just need like something to put the water in, and then I guess everybody can just use their cups from their mess kits if they have those.
Okay. I mean, if it's not going to take you long, and then it's not going to interfere with me doing my job, then, just try not to get too much in my way.
Okay.
Captain
He
doesn't care
turns.
too much when things are late.
Could I do anything to help you? I mean, I'm not necessarily a cook, but I've helped chop things and peel vegetables and all of that before.
Yeah, it's... They can peel those taters over there.
Yes, ma'am.
Points at that bowl of some pretty rough-looking potatoes.
I'll start doing my best on them.
Ooh, peeling potatoes. I think we're going to put that in sleight of hand.
Yeah, I can do that.
And you
Peel away and hope you don't cut yourself up with it. So.
Oh, dude, he killed it.
Nah.
Those taters are good.
The spunky spuds.
Chopping vegetables is a sleight of hand check.
All right, so Cedric's working on one
What
side,
do you do on
making his
Saturday
tea.
nights?
Salinas is peeling some potatoes, and Vandana's just going about chopping up her vegetables and putting some things together, throwing it in the pot, and then like just every once in a while having to mind that pot does not slide off the stove in the breaking of the seas here.
I'll try to help out too if she's managing stuff. If we're both like working on the stove,
Give me a
then I'll
tech
try my
save.
best. Oh, okay. You know what? On second thought,
Well, you gotta save your own stuff too, so
that's fair. Oh, that
Yeah,
was a
you're
very
doing okay.
sad.
it gets close to the edge before you save it each time, but able to manage. She looks over at you, so he's like, "You're looking for work. I mean, I can put you to work here in the galley. I mean, damn."
I would be happy to lend my hands, well, at least for the trip over.
All right, I will use you. How's your tea coming?
It's going. Zedri's like pushing the pot and like pulling his hands back as it's like a hot pot that he's trying to reorient. It's fine.
Use those cloth things over there. Like hot pads or something, I think they call them.
Use the hot pads.
All right, you guys work away. Teamwork makes the dream work in the galley. So you were able to make your tea.
Cool. Yes, I will take my cup out of the mess kit. If Salinas is still pretty focused on helping, he's just gonna say, "I'm gonna go run this up to Alfred real quick, if that's okay."
All right, could you just leave? When you have the time, just leave some of the paper with my stuff.
Oh yeah, I can do that. So, run by the room, drop off some paper, scrounge around in my stuff, grab my cup, come back, pour the tea, and then go above deck.
Okay. Vault, Yofredir, anything further from you at the moment?
No, not at the moment.
I'm chilling, man. I gotta keep working on this lock. Granda's locks are good.
Zedri heading up to Alfred?
Yes, and it's not raining, right? It's just
No, it's clear skies.
okay. Cool. Yeah, wherever they might be.
You'll find Alfred just sitting by one of the ballista, sort of like looking it over. If he's able to gather the attention of one of the crew members that isn't particularly busy, he would want to see if he could like convince them to help him like shoot. Eventually, see if he could like start talking them into it, and like, hey, yeah, no, I know how these things work, and he'll start like showing them his arcane firearm, and like, yeah, I've worked with these sorts of things.
Give me a persuasion check.
Yeah.
You got this.
You got this.
Cap said it's okay.
Cap absolutely not to say it's okay.
No!
All right, so
It's not okay.
there's a male merfolk who looks like his position is to like scout out to the starboard side of the ship and also maintain the ballista just in case. And so you start talking him up and telling him all these things. He kind of hesitates with, the captain doesn't really like us messing around with things unless he gives us permission. I don't know if I can really do that. And you don't get anywhere convincing him. He's just like, you're going to have to talk to him. I don't think this is going to work. And at that time, Zedri, you would be arriving.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, no, everything's great. I was just, talking to my good friend I've asked their name by this point, correct?
Is it Half or Kamar? I'm guessing.
Who am I talking to?
Kamar.
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 Qamar.
Kmart.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta avoid the Kmart.
Those blue light specials.
On
Too
ballistas.
specific.
Yeah, no, I was just talking with Kamar here about
Kamar.
these wonderful Kamar. I am so sorry. My pronunciation is not the best, but some dialects and localities. I was just talking to Kamar here about this wonderful weapon that they have here, and just trying to find out if I could figure out how to use one. They're a little larger than the one that I have. At which point he'll like reintroduce his arcane firearm as like a no. I'm obviously I've done this, like, even if you've like batted me away. But what are you up to?
I have some tea for you. This is supposed to be really good whenever you are on the high seas to help with any sort of upset stomach you might have. Consider I'll hold out the cup.
Alfred will take it. Well, thank you. I've been doing pretty alright, but I won't say no to any help I can get.
Absolutely. I'm really glad that you enjoy it. And Cedric's gonna put his hands behind his back. And he's gonna try to fiddle with his bag to see if he can't pull out his focus and cast water breathing as Alfred's drinking tea.
Oh God! You sly dog!
I need our boy to be safe.
What happened? We don't just cast spells on.
All right. Sedri water breathing. What are the components here as to verbal, somatic, material? What do we got?
It is all three.
Okay.
Get them jiggles on.
All right. So give me a stealth and a sleight of hand,
Okay.
and we'll average them out here.
Oh,
Well-
great. Well,
He sneezes mid-cast.
please.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Alfred's, even with Alfred's passive perception, Alfred is still going to clock both of those things. Give me an Arcana check, Alfred.
Oh boy. Oh yes, I have to.
Unless
know
water breathing is one of the spells that you currently know.
Is that a second?
Third
I
level.
think.
Third?
Wow, that's a
Okay,
big
then
spell.
definitely not. Definitely not. Alfred is what, 3/4 caster, I think, is what it's called.
Very much undercasting it too, because it can affect up to 10 people.
Whew! But you are
What's the-
you
Jeez!
clock exactly what the spell is off the little whispers you can pick up from Zedri, and what you see him doing with his hands.
Citri, are you okay? Are
Yeah,
you
I'm good. Are you feeling okay? There's nothing wrong, right?
no, nothing's wrong with me. Why are you doing that? And Alfred would just sort of like take one hand off the cup and just sort of like make large gesturing motions at him.
Zedri like composes himself and he's like, listen, okay, here's the problem. I'm really worried about you being on top of a ship and I want to try to alleviate any type of voice that you're going to have. So of course, yeah, I want to go ahead and give you ginger tea because that, like, I've actually heard is like proven. But in addition to that, like, I want to help just in case maybe you fall off the ship and I don't think that you're going to because you're really, really safe. And I just want to make sure that you're good.
Cedric, the tea is delicious. But it's all right. I appreciate you. I really do. but you could have just asked me. I mean, I sort of got it figured out. I didn't really necessarily like, I guess, showcase it off, but when I asked you how you figured out the gas exchange, I did last week, and this is sort of the culmination of it all, I guess. And Alfred will sort of like pull on the circular band around his neck with the hood coming up, or the hood like sort of like down right now.
Okay. I really struggle keeping up with you because everything that you do comes from like working with your hands, and my stuff kind of isn't like that. But if you have it figured out and you really feel that way, then sure, yeah. And I'll cancel water breathing if possible. I don't even know. I don't think it's concentration.
I don't think it
Oops.
is.
You might have it on you for the next 24 hours.
Shit, I thought it was an hour, bro. 24?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Whatever.
Oh, damn, no. It's on you. It's on you. And Sentry tries, and he's like, wait, no. Okay. I'm going to have to figure this one out because you still. I'll workshop it. Absolutely.
It's really weird. Like I was having a little problem breathing because it's so like so humid out, but now it's like it's actually quite easy to breathe.
So it helps you breathe in like humid weather then?
I don't know if it was meant for that, but it's not.
Well, okay. Yeah, next time I'll talk to you about it. But I will admit I'm probably gonna go in with very rudimentary kind of ways that I cast magic, because mine isn't as layered as yours. And
Well, mine is not as like. I guess mine is all stuff that I guess I figured out and like I can explain and like break down, and it's just once you talk about it, it's all simple stuff really. But your stuff I could never figure out, and it's kind of amazing.
yeah, I mean all the machinations that you make and everything, and how they mirror spells that maybe I can do, but they're not the same. It's really cool what you're able to do, and I'm sorry that I tried to cast a spell on you unconsented.
I appreciate you. I know that it was well intentioned, so I'm not mad, but I do think that we did figure this out before, and I know it was well intentioned, but I still don't appreciate that, like, after everything that happened with like Selena's, I don't know.
Are you really okay being on a ship?
Yeah, I think I am. I mean, I'm here. It's whether like I'll be here whether I am or not, I guess. Yeah.
Well, if you
That
start
was
feeling,
a sweet moment, by the way.
Hmm?
It was a sweet moment between you two.
yeah, sorry.
No problem. Yes. Captain! As Captain Clever Eye comes walking up behind Sentry and Alfred and puts arm on each of your shoulders.
Captain, hello.
Are we ready to shoot some things?
Yes.
That's all him. He's the one.
You'll see Alfred's eyes
If you
get
don't
like
want
really
it, that's
wide.
fine. That's. And let's take our break.
Oh, I have to pee.
Thank you for sharing.
Alright, we're gonna put our new BRB thing on.
Yeah. We can still talk,
yeah.
but we'll throw it to our little Be Right Back screen.
Wow, guys, we are in the future.
Really.
Truly.
All right. Yeah. Like, try and keep it short, like 4 minutes, 5 minutes.
Yep,
Yeah,
be
we'll
back
get
by
back
like
by
like
Half hour,
8:30.
half past.
Yeah. Go, go, go.
Once again, want to put it out there to anyone watching. If you want to ask any questions in chat, we've been taking this intermission for anyone who's doesn't need to go take a break to answer anything, within reason about the game that you want to ask. How's your time?
Our deepest, darkest secrets. Just whatever. There's 10 people, so we might have some great questions.
I want to know who's everybody's favorite NPC aboard the boat. There's Ryu and Majid. I don't know how I'm saying that right. Marku. God, I'm saying these terrible. Kmart.
It's not Kmart. That's his cousin.
See, I've already picked my friend. I'm just gonna hang out in the galley.
Hang out in the kitchen. It's always a good move to be friends with the cook. I see Oscar here says Kmart's his favorite. 100%. I agree. We're all down with Kmart.
So Silver, what kind of a role would it be to add more chili to the soup?
Chili it up.
That would be a really tricky thing to pull off. Since,
Medicine check.
None of the ingredients of chili would be available.
No, I mean like chili powder, like spicy. Add spice.
Sleight of hand.
Maybe that's like a second or third day kind of.
Right before port, everyone's like, "This is real spicy today. What happened?" Oscar says that he is a player in AJ's game, and it's a running gag to forget NPC names. Lovely. I think we all deal with that. It's normal. I'm over here
It is
like
real Oscar.
I write down everything that I hear. Well, not everything, but I write down a lot of stuff to try to remember, and I still end up forgetting stuff.
How are we liking our tropical jungle music?
I like it a lot.
It's giving me Survivor vibes, which, listen, if there's a Jeff Probst NPC, I would not be mad.
Nice.
You know, all right, I'm just gonna mention something for you guys. This is like for potentially next stream or in the future. If we reshape the circles around each person's picture for like these intermissions and stuff to squares or even rectangles, we could potentially put like a little green light around them so that people know when they can't see us who's talking.
That is completely doable.
Could make it like if we match it. It might be a little tricky, but I might be able to match it with a Discord like light up thing. You know what I mean? Maybe a little. That'd be like a what type of role is that, DM? Is that performance or maybe an insight check? I don't know. The animal that's animal handling. I think DMs actually have to be proficient in animal handling to manage players. Just gonna throw that out there.
No, we could definitely do something like that. That'd be cool.
Oscar says it's a straight dex check. I think that's fair. That's fair. Well, thank you guys for being here. This is great. We'll be doing this every Saturday. So if you enjoy it, obviously come back. And I should say, we've already had a couple new followers. So a big shout out to DJ Mikey T for dropping a follow a little bit ago.
I know that one.
Yeah, I do. Nice. Well, it's a really nice thing of it. Thanks, DJ.
That'll be my international bring in there.
Hey.
By way of the spouse, so.
Nice. I love being able to see the activity feed. I love the stream manager thing. By the way, if you guys in chat ever want me to zoom in on different parts of the boat or things on the map, let me know. I can move stuff around. I try to make sure that like once in a while I'm like hovering the mouse over people people's names so we can see them and stuff like that. Dudes, I got this amazing sandwich. I'm so excited about this.
I'm out of blueberries. I'm kind of
That's
stuck.
a very
I
good
just-
sandwich.
I just think that's so cool that you chose to debut your original homebrew subclass on this stream's break, Way of the Spouse. That sounds really cool. I can't wait to play it.
Yeah, it's a really good monk subclass. So it's gonna be awesome.
The only downside is you have 2 characters playing it.
Oh, imagine if you made like a 2-headed ogre character. It was 2 players playing 1 character.
Yeah, but Jekyll and Hyde situation too.
That would be fun for a one-shot, impossible for anything past. But you can say that about a lot of
Thanks,
things.
Oscar.
You like it, Oscar? Oh yeah, dude. Thank you. Thank you.
He is our streaming specialist for the other game. So
Oscar
that
is?
is high commendations. Yes, he's the Twitch aficionado.
Yeah, bub. Shout out to all you Twitch aficionados out there.
How many
Oscar,
of you were around when it was called Justin.tv?
Ah, here we
Ooh,
go.
dang, that
Here
was
we
a
go.
long time ago.
This guy.
Yeah. You had to go to a separate tab where they excommunicated all the gamers.
In the room.
And then the gamers literally rose up and made it the...
And we're supplanted by the metal.
Bottom text.
The bottom text.
Very good questions about this. About this too.
Who would
Nah,
control
see,
the
it
who would
wasn't
control
too
the
people.
hands or the players? I think you would
It's
dice
just-
roll initiative. That's my thought. You dice roll
It'd just be a
initiative.
character that has to do everything that the spouse says. So
You
it's kind of like a warlock, but with monk features.
Warlock with monk features. You just have some backseat gamer sitting behind you. Actually, what I would have done there is
Yeah.
used Fury of Blows.
Arms
Way
underneath
of the
the other
backseat
arms.
driver.
They have the backseat driver.
I thought I told you to take Sentinel.
Oh
This
my God.
build isn't complete without Sentinel.
No, the player is a power gamer, and the backseater is a heavy RPer. Why are you doing that? Go pet the bunnies.
All right, Oscar. I don't think we have any rules against stealth promo. So drop a link for your for AJ's streamed game. I didn't even know, and I'm a player with AJ, and
Yeah,
didn't know you were
AJ, what's up
streaming
with
a
that?
game. I would
I know.
watch. I would, dude. I can host your stream, or at least watch it and yell at you. Type.
Yeah, for sure.
I can type
Well,
ornery things. Adjust your
Yeah,
Twitch
we're-
profile.
We're gonna make that thing go big too.
I'm gonna follow Oscar de Grump from the Tales of Wit or Not.
real recognizes real.
Real recognizes real. Have a follow.
100%.
What are we following right now? Like 3? You got it, man. You got it, Oscar. I love that name, by the way. Where'd you come up with Oscar de Grump instead of Grouch? Was it
You
like
a game
taken?
grump?
or-
Copyrighted.
Listen, I'd be grumpy too if I lived in a trash can.
On that note, we have everybody back. So.
All right, welcome back.
And since we took our break extremely late tonight, yeah, let's do some target practice, everybody.
Alfred is excited.
So we are back from break, and we're gonna do whatever the captain says. But all right, so you're out. You're in. Any of your friends, my Alfred? Did anybody else? Where's the big guy?
Go for dear. I can go grab him. I can imagine that him and possibly one or two of the others would be interested.
I mean, we probably only use 2 at a time, but I mean, if you got somebody else that might be interested, why don't we just get started? You know, if they wanted to be here, they could be here.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Let's go shoot some stuff.
All right.
Can we see Kiesel from where we're at?
Yeah, Kiesel's just off, like 10 feet off to the side.
Well, I would say
What's
like,
Kiesel doing?
like 10 feet. After my great conversation with Zirkin, I would have been kind of chilling out in this like little back area by the stairs, just kind of observing, taking in the sights, and not really actively paying attention to this conversation. But I assume as the captain would have walked down, and they're having this, firearm thing, I would definitely approach.
All right.
Oh, we're doing target practice.
Yeah. You want next?
Sure.
All right. So you get this thing, and he goes and he pulls a lever to release it so that it can be now rotated side to side. Just goes. All right. Take aim. And then you pull this lever to fire. Now, there's nothing loaded yet, so just get the lay of the land, how this works. You want to take a shot with this, Alfred?
Yeah, sure, I would
Okay.
love to. And is the aiming, like, is it, like, set into, like, grooves, or, like, notches, rather, where it's, like, you're, like, incrementing the angle?
That would be nice, but then no. This one's not high level, that it's got a nice little elevation line. It's just a matter of sighting it in and shooting what you can.
Yeah, okay.
A little bit of a crouch down to get down to a good eye level on it, but it is mounted up above the deck fairly well, so that you don't have to go down too very far. Very far. How tall's Alfred?
5'7".
We know that height's important here, so 5'7". I mean, you shouldn't have to duck down. I mean, like, if somebody was like 5'10", then maybe.
Maybe. Thankfully, Alfred at 5'7" doesn't. Okay, Alfred will take his best shot and try and, like, is there anything to aim at? Or are we just on, like, open water?
Looking out at the seas, give me a perception check.
So close.
You can see water. You can't really make out anything under the water. It's a few birds, but they're at pretty darn good distance. And with your intelligence, you're pretty sure you would obliterate them if you were able to hit them. Uh-oh.
Speaking of obliteration.
Captain, what do you suggest I aim at?
Well, I mean, there's nothing loaded right now. Let's just get the mechanism right. If you're ready to go, we'll probably use the harpoon so we can get our bolts back. We don't want to waste anything here. So, I mean, if you think you're ready to go, I mean, did you try it? Just...
Alfred would be kind of wary about dry firing a mechanism, but if
Ernie's all choked up.
If the captain seems insistent on trying the mechanism, then Alfred will give it a try, or once or twice.
Okay. All right, you ready?
Aye, Captain.
Just don't have your breath open. There's water in the air, and you'll try to breathe and at the same time.
I know exactly who you should talk to.
Cedric frowns. Frowns and is very uncomfortable.
Oh,
All right. Kamar, get this thing loaded with the harpoons. Kamar starts lining up the harpoon, getting it slid in there, getting the rope lined up just right so that it's not going to snag on anything. And Captain's looking off, he's like, all right, see that over there? Give me a perception, Alfred. Do you see that over there?
Do I see that over there? And also, do I see, like, As Kamar is loading up the harpoon, do I see exactly like how they're putting it and like all the little like, I guess nuances? Okay.
Alfred's gonna see it. I'm calling it right now.
I don't see.
You're so focused on watching how it's being loaded that you just like, yeah, don't necessarily see it, but he doesn't know that. Do you see it over there?
Alfred will squint a bit, and does he even get like a general direction of like where the captain is pointing? Okay.
Yeah, he was pointing off. Let's see if I can.
He'll back up a bit. He'll back up a bit to Kiesel, or Kiesel's next to me, right?
Yeah.
Kiesel, do you think I could hit that over there? Do you see that? Tell me what you see.
What? I see.
Give me perception.
This is like triple advantage. I love it.
Yeah, you sly dog. I'll look back at where the captain is like kind of outraged, and I go, yeah, it's over there.
All right, it's loaded. It's ready to go.
Alfred's gonna estimate about where the captain is pointing and try and like make it as parallel to his arm as possible. He's literally just gonna use the arm as the trajectory. All right. Fires. Do I a D20 roll?
I am so excited for this.
I'm
Yeah,
not
you
proficient
load
in
the,
ballista
get the
arm.
thing prepped, pull the handle, fire off into the water. Impacts with the water, doesn't seem to impact with anything else. You just watch the rope just start floating back behind you. Come on, get that. He goes and he starts winding. There's a winch on the side to wind up the rope. And starts winding it back in, pulling it. All right, well, better next time. I mean, just give it another try.
Maybe another target.
You see if you can find one.
Oh. It can't be this bad, can it? Oh boy.
It can be.
Alfred is
Now you're
going
not
to
finding
be
anything.
Alfred's going to be inspired to see better.
Woo!
Please. He's going to squint his eyes really hard.
A fifth roll for it. There we go.
Hey! You caught sight of something. There's some sort of a fish, or it looks like a long fish-like creature, dark gray, but just it's like slowly like hitting the tops of the waves, and there's like this horn sticking up out of the water that's like coming out of the front of the head, and then it just dips down, come back up. But you got a target, so.
It's a dragon.
Let's see.
Is that a straight
Pull
D20?
up.
Or...
Just a moment. Let me pull up the good old vehicles that we have in Fantasy Grounds now. So, okay, so it is make a straight D20. You get +6. You can go ahead and put the modifier in if you want.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I've been having. Does an 11 hit?
Okay. Let's see. I don't believe so, but pull up my fishy.
It's an AC of a fish.
You do not hit your target. It just goes off into the water, splashes behind. You didn't account properly for the speed of the relative bodies moving. A little bit new territory for you, but
Wow, Kamar, you're
Kamar
right.
just starts winding in.
you were right about this. It is a learning curve to be had with.
Do you mind if I give that a try?
I should probably go get the others too, right?
Yeah, I'm sure they would love to see this. Sure, Kiesel, if you maybe you'll have a better shot than I am.
Oh, I don't know about that one, buddy. I vouched for you, not me.
Go ahead and give it a try. What's the worst that can happen? We just winded in arrows at this point, so.
I'm gonna look for a fish. Can I look for a suitable target? Or something?
Sure. Give me a perception roll.
Fuck.
Does he have an advantage because he watched Alfred shoot at the thing? Kind of knows where it's supposed to be.
But is that thing swimming past, or is that like keeping up with the boat?
Do you want to look for that thing? The same thing that Alfred shot at?
Well, I would like to have...
Or are you just looking for any target?
I would like to have the reroll and the advantage, but to be honest with you, Kiesel would have been like, alright, that's just a fish that swam by, so he would have been looking for a new target.
Okay. Don't find anything with a 3. Just doesn't seem to be any creatures swimming alongside at this point.
Well, I don't really have sight of anything here, but I just want to get a feel for maybe the
Go ahead and give it a shot.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And I'm gonna go and I'm kind of just shoot it straight to see if what the deviation or the trajectory of the ballistal projectile is. I see the recoil, so to speak, where my bullet spray is.
Okay.
Is ballista center?
Yeah, basically. Is it zeroed in? What's the? It's gonna be a. Which kind of roll did you say?
Just straight D20 with a +6 modifier for the ballistas.
I think I did it. Yeah.
Yeah, you hit some water. Didn't really have a particular target to be shooting at, but yeah, goes where you think it was going to go.
Oh, cool. Oh, wow, that's a lot of tension. He got 2 shots. I want to get 2 shots. I'm gonna look for something else in the water. Oh.
Who rolls this session?
Boy, we're doing great.
I rolled a 23 on my Constitution save, so that was the best roll for me.
All right, so you look off and spot. Let's see. Alfred, give me a perception, and Zedri, give me a perception.
Oh no, this is not good for me.
Could I have gone to go get the others
Sure.
below deck?
Okay, so then you don't need to do a perception. Alfred, you see that same creature that you were shooting at before, and kind of like help Kiesel spot it out. That here's this horned thing floating through the water again. It's moved a little bit closer towards the boat. It's about 10 feet off the side of the boat, but you can. It's far enough up ahead. You can angle it.
If you aim right there, I think you can hit it.
Oh shit! Yeah. And you said +6.
Yep.
D20. Fuck.
Oh. That might
Shoot
hit.
just a little bit off to the left. That hold having to shift and try and shoot on the angle just doesn't work very well.
No. Oh, that
as
was.
Kamar goes and starts winding it up. The captain's like, I think we might need to be done. We don't want to mess with that.
What was that?
You watch as this fish-like creature goes and comes up out of the water and pops out wings and starts flying up into the sky and turning back on you. It's got this one big long 18-inch long horn on the front, this dark, kind of almost flat-faced front to its head with 2 big fangs coming out the sides of its mouth. and then these big, long, leathery wings sticking out to the side, flying. That before when it was swimming must have been laid at its side, and now is erupted out, and it's flying kind of like pterodactyl wings. And then this long serpentine tail coming out the back with serrated edges on the end of the tail.
Oh, this thing's gonna fuck me up.
And this thing turns and is heading back towards the crew.
Oh, I am
and everybody above deck.
Immediately gonna brandish my glaive, and I'll turn to Alfred and I'll go, well, this is a punishment for not hitting it, I guess.
Everybody roll initiative. Everybody that's above deck roll initiative. Let's put it that way.
Hey!
And second round, those of you that are below deck, Cedric will have retrieved you.
Should
Those are good
There
initiatives.
we go. Beat the
Better than
creature.
some of the other rolls.
Damn!
Kiesel, you are top of the order at the moment.
Oh, dude! That's the first time you've ever said that to me.
Okay, Kiesel, you are top of the order. The crew will go as one. The full crew will go as one as second. And then we'll have our critters and the ship's mage, Zircon, Alfred, and the captain is at the bottom, unfortunately, with a 7 on his initiative roll. So, all right, Kiesel, this thing is out of the water, and
That's a big thing.
flipping around, heading towards you. Are you shooting ballista, or are you gonna try and do things your own way?
I'm doing things my own way. Fuck yeah. I'll look at Alfred and go, I don't know if you want to jump on that, but I'm going to do things my own way. God, that is a big, beefy boy.
What are you planning on doing?
Javelin throw!
Alright.
And I want
Within your
to...
turn, you don't have time to have a full conversation over this. So.
I wanna reach for my javelins and go and make an attack.
All right.
So- Oh god. Oh god. Okay.
Remember how to attack? It's been a
Yeah.
while.
First time on stream.
Oh, that is the way to start.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
All right, critical hit on this thing. Oh! Hit this thing and it reels as you hit into its side, just behind the wing on the beginning of the tail, and it lurches and then just starts heading in towards the crew.
And you know what? It's still my turn. I get to attack twice.
Yep.
Oh, not as nearly as cool.
Now that one, second one, you put everything into that first one. That second draw just launches off into the sea. Doesn't get anywhere close to it.
Ah, jeez. Oh god, glaive back in hand. I'll get ready for it to get closer, but I'll just kind of have this smirk on my face. What am I gonna do about it? That's what I'm gonna do.
All right, crew is gonna fire the front ballista. And
You just long rest.
no,
I
he's
just-
second-winded
I
on
just
accident.
healed myself like a goofy.
They fire the ballista off the forecastle, and 15 misses off to the distance. A lot closer than your second shot, but does not make contact.
15.
And that brings around time for the big monster thing. So, and Edith's going to come in and attempt to take out our unfortunate sailors on the front. No, just came
Kamara
on.
is on the.
Maybe it'll be
Alright.
Zircon. Get rid of them.
Goes after the guy on the forecastle. 18 hits as it stabs in with its horn, just like impaling this guy.
Wow!
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, he is dead.
Oh!
Just impales him and carries him off into the air, going beyond. Just slaughters this thing, and he comes around, and as he's flying off, flicks its tail at Majid down here at the bottom. That is definitely going to hit. And that is Majid's scream.
Oh, wow.
Oh!
And Majid is
So
dead.
bad.
Holy
So
As
bad,
this
y'all.
thing takes off and flies with its movement. Comes over the top of the bow of the ship, and that is its turn.
You have a quick question.
Yeah.
If it passed by my attack range, would I have been able to have an attack of opportunity? Because I believe
No, because when it was at that range, it was just the tail attack. If it had done the horn attack next to you, yes, you would have got an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
But it was whipping its tail as it went past, so...
That's all right. That's good.
All right. So as you watch this thing go flying over top, just slicing Majid in half with its tail, still having the impaled body of Marku on its horn as it's shaking it and trying to get it off its head because it's throwing off its flight, trying to fly off. You watch as a second one comes up out of the water to the left and flying up and basically goes and bites off the front of the guy that it's trying to shake loose, and they fight over it for a moment before it turns its attention on Zircon.
Y'all, we really messed up.
Holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck.
Put 4 free shots on this thing.
Yeah, dude, honestly.
All right, this thing comes in and is swooping down on Zircon after it loses its battle to try and get the body that it was attempting to eat. And we'll see how well Zircon fares here.
Zircon gets a one-shot in. Oh, man.
That will not be good.
Nope. No,
So he has a Hero Forge token.
this
He's fighting
thing
his plot
is-
armor.
This thing is hungry, and it just goes straight in on Zircon to attempt to bite it. Just those 2 fangs, mouth, just giant maw opening up. And Zircon, how are we gonna do
This
here?
monster might take care of your problem.
Missed. Got a 2.
Zircon, what a beast.
So it misses as it continues its flight path through. It attempts a tail attack on him before it leaves range.
No!
That is a hit.
Please don't get bisected. Please don't get bisected. Please don't get bisected.
Oh, God, that's all I
That's gonna hurt. He's okay. He's alive, but he is heavily damaged. Actually, gashed through his left arm and down his side. He is gaping wounds, bleeding out on the deck, but he is still up. And it will continue its movement off to the side, and it is done with its turn. Which would help if we have the initiative order doing here. All right. Eudoxia the Ship's Mage. It's going to come over and see what she can do. That's range. All right. Yeah, you guys are all focused on the enemies. You wouldn't see what she does, but you watch as Zircon disappears up in front of you.
Like he got hit and disappeared?
He just suddenly is gone. You can still see blood hitting the deck, but he is not there. The blood is just coming from an invisible source. And that'll be her turn. Which will bring us to Zircon, who is now invisible, bleeding and heavily injured. He's going to get on the forecastle ballista and attempt to fire it to do better than his compatriot did, who's now sinking to the bottom of the ocean. So,
And being
22.
Yeah.
No, he hits.
Does he have advantage?
Zircon hits back.
It didn't want to go. Come on. Okay, it hits. So I'm going to roll damage from the forecastle. It's not letting me drag because I'm not doing the rolls in there. I got to figure out this vehicle stuff, but sorry. $17 damage to the second one.
What an arm.
Pretty good hit as he sticks a non-harpoon style, just sticks a regular bolt through its wing, slowing it down a little bit. And that is going to be Zircon's turn as he attempts to not bleed out. Alfred, we have made it to you. There's some crazy crap going on up here.
Yeah. Oh God. I'll quickly turn to Kamar and I'll say to him like, you get on the ballista. I've got this. And I will pull out my can. Well, actually, I have my cannon out because I was showing it off earlier.
Sure.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
So you're going to cede control over to Kiesel left it, and you're going to cede control so the crew has control of the ballista again.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna let them take care of it. I have my own means. I'll figure my own way, as some might say.
At the end of your turn, I will give the crew 2 more shots with the ballista for the 2 that they can now shoot with.
Okay.
On the left and right.
Perfect.
Go ahead.
Perfect. Yeah. Alfred will take 1 shot. At this.
Nice.
Nice. Alright. Finally, a decent roll.
10.
Alright, 10
Cheers.
damage to
Good
it.
hit.
Aiming straight for the head. Trying to get this thing down as fast as possible. Afterwards, as shooting it is a bonus action, Alfred will turn to Kiesel and say, "All right, you're throwing some good ones." He'll pull out like a little mini syringe and stick Kiesel on the arm and cast haste.
Ooh.
Thank you very much. That feels really good. I'm gonna go and kill them all right now.
Just for clarification, are you casting haste as an artifice, or are you casting haste from your innate abilities?
Oh wait, yes, I'm sorry, I forget.
I'm sorry, I hate to correct your flavor, because I love your flavor, but since it's a natural ability from the gods, he's still hasting, so.
Yeah, no, Alfred will turn to Kiesel. One arm is out like this, he'll turn to him, and his hand turns like white hot as he like grabs Kiesel on the shoulder and the neck area, and it like burns for a second, but then Kiesel feels like invigorated with energy.
Like a needle. That was crazy. I feel great.
All right, anything else, Al?
Turn. No, he'll sit right here.
All right, that'll take us to Captain Clever Eye. Who takes out a short bow.
Nice.
Ooh, Captain Clever Eye's packing back here, so he's going to try and shoot the one on the left. 19, 25 to hit.
He's packing and he's aiming.
Unfortunately, it's a short bow. It doesn't deal a ton, but he did do 5 damage.
Nice.
All right, and he's ceding control of the helm to one of the other crew members so that we can keep moving. So, the 2 shots from the rest of the crew with the ballista.
Come on, Kamar, reel him in.
Miss on the left. And apparently he's really angry about it.
You need to pull down to the right. Down to the right.
Just hits on the right.
Let's go, Kamar.
3d10.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, ballistas deal hella damage. 14.
That's like almost half damage, bro. That's a good roll. It's average.
All right, the one off to the right is starting to look fairly beat up. And that'll bring us to initiative rolls for the rest of the party here. All 4 of you guys throw them out there and join the fight.
DM question.
I assume that we can hear the combat happening.
Yeah.
Reroll
Since
that
the one on the right
one!
was the one that we were using, would it still have the harpoon on it? Like, would he?
No, in the
be able
meantime,
to-
he would have set it up while these things were going on. He would have repositioned. These were the regulars.
I was gonna say you can reel them in.
Yeah, it'd be a different damage if it's the harpoon shots. So, okay, so you guys are in the order. We will go back to the top of the order, which is still Kiesel. Kiesel, you've watched one guy get impaled and ripped up. You've watched another guy get sliced in half and Zircon bleed all over the place. You don't know where he is, but you've seen the ballista moving on its own. So he might be up there.
I can attack 2 times in a row normally. How many times in a row can I attack while hasted?
83.
3 times.
Easy.
3.
It
Yeah,
gains
gain
an
an
additional
additional
action on each of its turns.
So that's actually 2. But you should be able to
Yeah, that
attack
should be
4
2.
times.
This should be 4.
The action surge
Yeah.
at 6, but dude, these glaives kind of costed me a pretty penny. Regardless, I'm going to actually, I'm going to be a goofy goober and run up here. I know the token says that, but that's where it was.
He sold the Gatling gun.
Oh boy, I'm about to do something even more cheeky. So I'm
Jump
gonna get
on
up.
it.
I'm gonna get up right there, close to him, and can I poke him with my stick? Cause he's hovering, and I got a long ass glaive.
Glaive it.
Yeah, if you go over to the left, you can swing at him.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna do that 4 times.
One's going down right now. I'm calling it.
It just goes.
First hit.
Missed.
What?
Nice.
Scrapes along the outside of the thing, but does not cut into it. Again, scrapes alongside, but can't cut it through its flesh.
That is terrifying.
Boys, I'm getting nervous.
There you go.
That's
For him!
That'll get it.
I can has damage, please.
Alright, 6 damage. Whittling away, whittling away.
Ow.
Dude, this
Action
doesn't look
surge for 2
good.
more.
I don't want to bite off so much at my entree. I'm gonna look goofy. Yeah. So I'm just gonna run up to him and I guess scrape him and then poke his belly and then get a soft spot and then lose it. And I'm just gonna look back at Alfred and I'm like, I can't do shit.
You just see Alfred with 2 thumbs up.
And that's my turn.
Alright, Vault.
Why
We'll
is-
put you as the
suddenly
first
I'm
person
hexing?
coming out.
I didn't do that. I don't know why it says hex all of a sudden.
Because your hex is still activated from before.
Yes. Perma hex. OP.
You're still hexing that bronze dragon. from
Listen, you
Test.
bronze dragon, I'm coming for you, but I know where you are no matter what. I would like to start with a bonus action and insightful fighting, whichever one looks the worst. Like a quick scan of the area, and then whichever one looks like to be bleeding the worst. I want
The
insightful
one
fighting.
off the starboard side would be the one that looks more worse for wear. It's got a bolt going through its
Is that the
wing
one
at
that
this point.
Kiesel was swinging at?
No.
No, it's the other one. Okay. Starboard is right.
Yep.
Am I seeing
2
the,
R's is right.
Am I seeing the map right then? From the front? Wait, which one did he swing at? I'm confused. Can we get
He
Kiesel's?
swung at the one at the bottom of the map.
Can I see Kiesel's? Oh, he swung at the
yeah,
one on the
Kiesel
bottom.
should
Okay,
be like over here.
okay, sorry. The map's kind of
There's
delayed.
still
And there's
that
In
glitch
spirit,
down.
he ran over there.
okay, cool. So yeah, the bottom one then is the top one is the one that's hurt. So I'm going to insightful fighting that.
Okay.
If I want to do that, do I drag the effect on it or on me?
You drag it if it fails the contested save. What is that? It's charisma, isn't it?
Insight versus
yeah.
deception.
Insight versus deception.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this monster's probably not
What's
gonna
its
have much for
charisma like?
deception,
Is
so-
it very charismatic?
I don't know. Does it look very charismatic? It look
gotta
possibly
have a
terrifying
20.
to me. So,
Water
have a 20
glistening on it.
All right, I got a 26 on my insight.
Ugly as
Let's
sin.
see if it can beat that.
It looks like a regular goes to dinner parties, yeah?
Regular dinner
oh
parties.
yeah, you got a 12. So
Oh, yeah.
you beat it.
Oh,
You got your insightful fighting.
big boy time. All right, so I put it on it, right?
No, it's well. I mean, you can't. It doesn't really matter because that effect doesn't actually trigger anything. You have to do the.
Okay. I'll still put it on there and just we'll fight.
Sure.
All right, I'll make an
Keep
attack.
track of where it's at.
Yeah, I'll make an attack at it with my crossbow.
Okay.
Actions.
Which I believe
Apply the sneak attack.
your insightful.
Stealth first.
Yeah, you're gonna need to do the sneak attack.
Do I have to drop sneak attack on it? Is that right?
Drop the effect on
Self.
yourself.
As long as I'm not sneak attacking myself.
And then you also need to, because your insightful fighting gives you advantage, right?
Then
Yes, it just lets you do sneak attack
Yeah,
on
it's
it,
just
even
sneak
if you
attack.
don't have advantage. You don't get advantage.
Yes, that's correct. It's just
Yeah,
always
so
I can
it's-
sneak attack no matter what, boys.
You always get the sneak attack on your insightful fighting person. So
I know, I
yes,
just
so
have
just
to-
roll a straight roll attack with your crossbow. Nice.
Oh, I
It's
saw
just
that.
like
Nice.
loaded on
That was a
17.
dance.
That's what I wish my roll did.
Okay.
Alright,
so
so then if you drag your damage, it should pull the
1d8.
sneak attack.
boom,
Yeah,
big
there it is.
damage. 22, boys.
Alright,
Wow,
it
there
is
it is.
looking pretty rough.
So yeah, I'd be running up on deck. Oh, by Briora, and then immediately just like train my eye on it. One good shot. I want to aim for like a hole that's already been made in it. That's my game plan.
Oh, nice.
We're bypassing armor this way.
Yeah, you fire with your crossbow bolt, and despite the small size compared to everything else, you just like aim it precisely, and it goes up through the abdomen of this thing and out through the top, just missing the spine and shooting out your arrow like clean through. This thing's bugging out and going home.
Yes, that's the Smaug shot, boys.
Wait a minute. Since it was in my reach.
No, that's the other one. You're on the one on the left.
Ay, Dios mío.
It's not actually moving. It's just you get that impression that it is flying away. You guys will all have an opportunity to shoot it if you want to. So, all right. Anything else, Vol?
No, that's the end of my turn. Actually, well, I'm standing next to a dead or dying person, just for clarification.
That guy's like gone into the sea. That's the one that got.
Oh, so
no, this is the guy that's cut in half. Yes, his pieces are laying there.
Wow.
Okay.
Blood dripping over into the steps going down into the hold.
We are going to learn how good my shoes are in a wet environment.
Oh no, they're not so persistent.
Sorry. That's it, my turn.
Okay. All right. That.
I didn't like that.
Oh, it skipped Mark. So it's not quite Zedry yet because it skipped my sailor because he's the one that got obliterated. So, all right, sailors, not Zircon. So 2 shots with the ballista. One on the left. He misses. One on the right.
Martin.
Hits.
Yeah.
Yes, Kamara is on fire over here.
Let's
He is
go,
hitting.
Kamar. Can I do sneak attack with ballistas with insightful fighting?
Yes.
Is it?
I think
no,
so.
Yeah.
it's,
It would still be you making the attack. So.
my god. Boys, get me a ballista. Bald will be a
Yeah.
monster. Could you imagine?
It takes 22 damage off the ballista shot. This thing is severely injured at this point. Unfortunately, though, it seems to be re-engaging as it's being attacked again. But that is off to Zedry.
All right. So both of these ballistas are taken up with people.
Correct. All 3 ballistas have somebody. Well, okay, you can see the left and right ones have somebody out there. The one at the front, you don't see anybody there. There's a pool of blood down next to it. don't really understand what's going on there. Somebody was there at some point.
Would it be disruptive for me to step in and try to take a shot with the ballista? Like, does it seem like they're like a well-oiled machine as they're kind of like loading the ballista and like managing it like the crew?
No, you could. I'll let one of you guys do it each round. That you can do it once. Otherwise, we're going to probably get into action economy. Doesn't make sense as to how many times you're firing the thing. But if you want to step in to take one, you could step in and try and fire another one quick.
Yeah, I'll shoot the one off the starboard. The one that's looking pretty dead.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Just leave you where you're at then.
So it's a D20 plus 6?
Correct.
Okay, I'm just gonna
I'm going
roll
to
a
say probably in your case, since you have no experience shooting this thing,
No.
we'll do a D20 plus 1
Okay.
rather than disadvantage. Disadvantage seems too rough, so.
Yeah, then I guess I'll go ahead and drag it out. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Ain't no way. That's literally a 10.
Yeah, with a 10, you miss quite drastically. Undershoot it. It's a tough weapon to get the hold of.
Okay. Zidri will step back and apologize to the sailors. He wanted to go get everybody else, so. Yeah, that'll be his turn.
Okay. That'll take us back to the big uglies. So the one off to the left is up first, and Kiesel, you angered that thing. It is coming back on you. So using 10 feet of movement to fly back towards you, and is going to attempt to impale you with the horn.
Does he provoke an opportunity attack when he enters my reach?
You were already.
No.
He was already in your reach. You attacked
All
him
right.
from there.
Good question. Next answer.
More damage always.
Oh
You have
no!
You have a plus.
No.
You have a plus 2 to your AC because you're hasted.
26 to hit.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
This thing comes ramming into the side of you, Kiesel. 17 damage as it impales in just below, like a gut shot, in the bottom left side of your stomach, below your heart and right underneath your rib cage, just kind of lifting up and kind of bringing you up, and it carries you for a short distance as it's going before you run into one of the other sailors and drop back off of its horn as it goes up. And Vault, it's gonna send its tail at you as it
Bring
flies
it,
over
big
top.
boy. Let's go. I'll hex you.
24 to hit.
I would like to definitely use my uncanny dodge and half whatever happens here.
Okay. It's 16 damage, so it'd be halved to 8. It did not roll very well on its damage this time, so.
Lucky old
So
Vault.
I will give you eight of it back. So, all right, and it is going to go to, let's see, Alfred, Vault, and Kiesel. You guys can take opportunity attacks if you want to use your reaction to do so.
Absolutely. Oh wait, I already. Wait, I think I used my reaction for the.
For the uncanny dodge,
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't think I can.
So,
So
I
sad.
would be happy to.
Wish I had double reactions.
I'm
Phase
just like,
Scimitar. Oh no, you can hit with the Force Blast.
all right, it continues on and gets out of your range. There we go. All right, that'll bring us to the beat up one. And it says Zircon is disappeared. It's going to come back down, and first attack, it is going to attempt to bite at Volt.
Yeah, come on, let me fight them all, dude. I'll 1v2 you. I don't care. I will ride this beast.
Hey DM, does this provoke an opportunity attack because it has entered my 10-foot reach?
Already used your
You just
reaction.
used your
for
opportunity attack.
Good answer. That is what I'm looking for. Just making sure.
He does hit with the bite.
I'm taking some big chunks, boys. Let's go.
Yeah, the bite is not something good.
Holy fuck!
Oh
dude.
gosh.
You're dead.
It's
You should have
38
saved the uncanny
damage.
dodge.
I'm good.
He already died.
I'm good.
So that is
Oh wow! You
Dude, Vault's invincible. Don't worry, guys. It's totally fine.
18 damage as it bites into you and just like rips at your flesh, and then an additional 20 damage as you feel poison enter your veins and
I
start
don't get a
burning
con
through your
save
body.
on the poison?
No con save. You don't get poisoned. It's just you take poison damage.
Oh, okay. Yes. I'm killing this thing.
All right, and it picks you up and starts to carry you away.
Come on,
I
Vault.
will let the crew attempt to do a reaction to save you.
They don't need to. I'll be fine. I got a rapier.
I'm not going to because I don't have one. So you're on
You
your
got
own,
that
buddy.
So much
All
for
right,
running away. Let's get him.
All right, they are able to like pull you back out. It hurts like hell as you just feel this flesh get ripped from your side. It's like up in your right shoulder. It's just like ripping the flesh from your scapula and just dropping you to the ground. You are severely injured with that hit,
Coughing
and
up blood
it
anime
is
style.
it's gonna tail on Ryu here.
Better for it to bite
Oh
me.
no, Ryu! I think Ryu's gone. We're dropping crew members like it's hot here. Yeah, Ryu is just he saves Vault and then just immediately gets sliced with this tail as it goes straight up
Oh, that's another name
through
in the
his
notebook.
body and rips him in half as he drops to the ground in front of Kiesel, Alfred, and Vault. And that is it is going to fly away, unfortunately without anything to eat, but and
I'm a greasy morsel, I'll tell you that.
Eudoxia is back up. I think what she did was concentration, so she can't do that again. She's not really built for combat. Okay, she is. You hear some muttering back behind her, and Vault. Gonna take some healing here.
Yeah, boys.
You need it, man. Holy shit.
Bro, it's cool, man. I don't need blood. I just run on, like, witty charm.
Okay, so that
38
is-
health.
I was in 7.
You went down to 7.
From 53 to 7.
Holy fuck, dude. I don't want to
Alright,
mess
she
with these
heals you
things.
for 11 damage.
Yes.
She casts a 4th level healing word on you.
Holy fuck.
Alright, Zircon the Invisible. Is going to attempt to get some revenge here with the ballista.
Like, that thing has to be so low.
Oh yeah, it hit. 23 to hit.
Gonna be really
Zircon is good with this ballista for some reason, so that is 13 damage to the misguided. It is looking pretty rough, and it will make a wisdom save. Alright, it seems like it's running away.
Again.
Yofredir,
What a baby.
join in the battle.
Alright. So yeah, Yofredir coming out on deck. Just when I looked at the blood all over the place, I'm like, damn, I missed a lot. And he's gonna quickly look at the two things flying around, see that that one's more injured. Just run up to the side and throw a javelin at it.
Fuck yeah, javelin
But
bros.
he is going to
Come on.
rage first.
Come on.
Can't
Yeah,
forget
that's
to rage.
Birch.
Always gotta remember the
effect.
rage. Always enjoy sound effect.
Oh, yeah. Ooh.
Not
All
quite.
right.
Ow!
Forgot
The second
one more.
attack.
Yep. I'll throw my last javelin at it.
Make it count. That'll do it.
Yeah.
Alright.
Cool. It
Nice.
actually tells you that you ran out of ammunition. Cool.
Alright.
Hey, it's the thought that counts. It's still 4 damage. That thing is looking rough. It is in really, really bad shape. It's been looking rough for a while.
Ow.
You guys are doing some big hits
How
on it.
is it still alive?
Yeah, well, that's my turn.
All right, Alfred. There's another sliced in half dude next to you. Vault. Looks like he healed up a little bit, but he's looking pretty rough as he's missing most of the flesh from his right shoulder. And these things haven't gone away.
Boy. Alfred will take one look at his arcane firearm, take another look at the ballista next to him, and just sort of like shrug his shoulders, reach into his pack of things of Looney Tunes style proportions, and pull out this sort of like weighty cylinder, which he takes and he sort of has to like kneel down on the ground to get like a decent footing for it. At which point he presses a button and it fires 3 large projectiles at this very wounded wretched
catapulting?
beast. No.
What are you doing?
We are casting Scorching Ray.
All right.
Blocked by a murmur.
Hate that.
3 chances to hit.
Yeah.
Dude, if we can down this thing as it's running.
Oh, come on.
I assume you were. Yeah, we're shooting at the
Bleedy
Yeah, the one.
bottom one, the really wounded one.
Bleedy
Yeah.
boy.
There we
Alright,
go.
we have a hit.
Oh,
Time's the
nice.
charm.
Come on. Come on.
Finish this thing off.
It's 2d6 plus I get another d8
Oh.
for my
Arcane
my
firearm.
firearm. Yeah. Another 2.
Oh.
Another 2.
How's this going?
He shoots. One goes straight past. The other one underneath. Last one straight up through the mouth. Back. It explodes into a fiery mass.
Watches just like it. It looks like a plane in Top Gun or something like that, just blown up into pieces and just like falling apart into the water. Blood, charred remains just dripping into the water, and you're quickly greeted by the scream from the other one, drawing your attention back to, yeah, this ain't over yet.
Oh, fuck.
Alright. Will then like sort of like slump down, lean on top of the cylinder that he's just fired from, aim back over and shoot his force ballista at the top. See if he has one last shot.
Okay.
Oh,
22. Nice.
Alright.
big shots. Alfred came to play.
Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, it's looking a little rough, but not awful yet. This thing's still in the fight. Anything else, Alfred? Before Salinas gets a shot at this.
No, that let him have
Alright.
one.
Salinas comes.
Salinas joins the party.
charging up this. Salinas comes charging up the stairs in an apron.
Nice.
I swear, I leave you alone for 30 minutes.
Please, do something about the umbrella in the sky.
Holy gods above us.
Me too.
Salinas whips out his focus, and it ears and the stone in the middle start whirring, and as it charges up, and a bolt fires at one that's still alive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's hope I can hit.
Because I'm out of second level spell slots.
Ooh, yeah.
Nice.
Thank you.
And I'm going to let me do damage first. And as it impacts the head of this creature is haloed in light, and with his other hand he's going to reach out to Vault, who seems to be the most dire straits
While still being
moment. Sure. I unfortunately can't pick up multiple dice at a time, so you're just gonna get them one at a time. I'm gonna heal you for 3d6. That's
Do you want to roll the damage
all
on
I
the
did.
guiding bolt?
I didn't I?
I didn't go through.
Is that the
We got the attack.
oh?
So the 25.
Wait, oh, it didn't go through? Oh, that's weird. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Let me roll that. Weird. I saw the 25 and I assumed that was the damage I did.
Dang.
Oh, even better.
Holy.
So 12.
Yep. And then I'm going to say, Volk, now, you see, I've given, shoot that thing. No.
With gusto.
All right, that brings us to Captain Charles.
Oh, hold on, let me drag the effect of Guiding Bolt on... Oh, I actually don't see it. He has advantage.
We have advantage attacking it?
The first person who attacks it has advantage.
Let's go, Charles!
The next person who attacks it has advantage, yeah.
That's awesome.
So I was hoping it was going to be one of the ballistas or Bolt.
My little crossbow is a ballista.
Basically.
His advantage only got him to a 10 or 16 after it modifiers, so he did miss even with the advantage. Charles misses with his short bow, which will bring us back to the top of the order.
Big
And
big
Kiesel.
I'm gonna stumble back to my feet after absolutely just getting linebackered there with the horn, and I'm gonna, say what I said, and I'm just focused on this thing, which I saw take a fuck ton of damage, and it's got a halo, so I'm gonna reach in my javelins, and I'm still hasted because it's a 60-second spell.
Yeah.
So
It's counting the time. In the system, it does that in combat, so.
So I'm just gonna start chucking javelins so I can throw 4 in a single turn without having to action surge. So here's. Ooh,
Dodges that one.
That did not give me advantage. Should I?
You don't have advantage.
It's only
No,
It was just the next attack that had advantage.
Yeah.
And that was Char's.
Ah, I see. Never mind. I missed that part. Don't miss.
Yeah, that'll get it.
Ooh.
Nice.
Poke it with the
Big
pointy
damage,
stick.
big damage, big damage.
Yeah.
I can do 5.
I'll take every point I can get, my dude.
That's a hit.
Nice.
20 AC, I think.
19.
Attack. I have one more.
Yes, that was 3.
You're right. That was a 3. And then I'm gonna do this boy, and then I want to give myself.
Fighter.
I want to give myself fighting spirit to give myself advantage.
Should have done that at the beginning.
Should have done that at the beginning. Okay, never mind. I won't do that. I'll just use action surge, and I'll throw another set of 4.
The fighting spirit gives you attack advantage on every attack that turn.
Yeah.
Watch as it blinks off of the armor. Just can't quite get that angle. Oh, that one will get there. Just barely makes contact.
Nice.
Good damage roll. Yeah, this thing's got like several javelins and ballista bolts stuck in it at this point in time.
What do you roll?
As well as it's done a big scarred, burnt hole on the back of it from Salinas.
Yeah, I'm just, like, I don't even have the bag of javelins by my side. I fully just rocket launchered, like, I'm just 1, 2, 3, 4, just straight up, just, like, Gatling gunning these javelins like a madman as fast as I'm hasted.
It's a lot.
And I'm also hemorrhaging blood, by the way, because I got stabbed through the lung. And that'll be my turn.
You're next on the list.
How many javelins have you used at this point? Because you don't have them filled in on your ammo, so.
Ooh.
Jeff over there, I know.
You did 4, so 10 at least.
I got like
around a 4?
10.
Or has it just been the 10?
Yeah.
It's just been the 10.
Okay,
I used my
you got 5 left.
I got 5 left.
Alright, anything else, Kiesel?
No, that'll be it.
Alright, Volt.
Oodle lolly. Alright. I think we're gonna do the same thing again, with the insightful fighting. The question here... If I'm stealthing, I get advantage on the attack. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that how that works? What type of... Can I just get a read on what type of, like, eyesight it might have? Can I get an idea of, like, how perceptive it might be in any way? The feeling... Because it's a severe debate, and it would be based on Volt's perception of the events, whether or not it would be more advantageous to be stealthy or insightful in the fighting styles here.
Give me a nature check.
All right.
Could also be steady aim. You just can't move.
And I'll
I
give
have
it to you with advantage because of your ability to perceive things.
Oodle lolly, let's go. All right, you said nature check.
Yes.
Yup. Did I do that right? No, I didn't.
Ooh.
I did that
rolled
wrong. I rolled 2.
Well,
dice.
I mean, either way,
Yeah,
it's
it
the
wouldn't be much.
you'd have the 9.
9 plus 1.
Whatever your plus 1 on nature. So a 10. No, you don't really get much of a read on. I mean, it's got eyesight.
Yeah.
It seems to be pretty well on target on killing
sure.
things.
And steady aim, if I remember right, that is as long as I don't move, I can give myself advantage on the next attack. Is that correct?
Yeah, as long as you haven't moved and don't move for the rest of your turn, you have advantage.
Cool. Is that a bonus action or is that just a thing? I don't remember.
It's a bonus action.
Is
Bonus
it?
action.
If it's, yeah, it's a. That's why the B next to it is on your action tab.
Oh, I see. Well, then I would like to use my steady aim feature. Aim at it. Seems
Okay.
a lot more significantly less dice. So, advantage on the attack. Roll the d20s. Wait, it's not a d20. I have to roll a attack roll. My bad, I'm sorry.
So if you do the steady aim and drag that onto yourself, or just actually click it, it'll put it on yourself.
Oh, okay, cool.
So click the little effect so that it'll automatically give you the advantage.
Steady
Yep. So then
aim.
it'll auto do the advantage part this way. So.
That's awesome.
Oh!
Reroll the
Crits,
1.
boys!
Rerolled.
It was a
2,
double
not
freaking 1.
Halflings, OP boys.
We're
Let's
not
go.
fine.
We good. We good. I critted on that
Double
damn
1
thing.
turned to a crit and a 7.
Vault hit the gritty, bro.
It's gonna be a lot of dice.
All
All
right.
right.
He did what Selena said. He said, shoot it
Hit
right
that
there.
thing.
Okay. And then we just drop
You
this.
might. I'm not sure what your max damage is going to be with the crit. You might take this thing out.
That'd be really nice, wouldn't it?
It's true.
That's a lot of dice.
Just shoot for the dice.
47, boys.
47.
Oh, this thing is flagging, but it is still up. Just barely.
I'm so mad about that. That is the most.
47 fucking damage roll.
Holy
What the
crap, this thing is listing hard. to the left and is horribly injured with that. The most amazing crossbow shot through its head.
I'd like to shoot it in the mouth if possible.
Oh yeah, we'll
Inside.
put it down. It's not like turned towards you, but you put it like up through its jaw, through the top of the head, just behind the horn. Perfectly placed that somehow makes it through the skull. It doesn't kill it instantaneously, but it is hemorrhaging blood and is not going to last long.
It's the most disappointing thing Bolt's done all day.
Buys a 4 while you're tickling that thing's cranium.
It is literally at 1 HP.
Are you kidding me?
You missed it by freaking 1.
You know, that 2 could have been a 3. That 2 could have been a 3.
Alright, Bolt, anything else?
I'm really disappointed about that. I should have used my hex. I had a hex. Oh no, I don't have anything because I used my steady aim. Never mind. I'm done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's the end of my turn.
Alright, that'll put it to the sailors.
2 shots on this thing.
A true gets the last shot.
Because all it has is the one on the side, because it's not, you can't hang off the side and shoot the ballista, so it's only going to have the shot
that
from the
makes
side.
sense.
But still, if it hits, we got to kill.
Or
Misses, 14.
Come on.
Alright, Zedri?
Yes. Here's the deal. DM, you mentioned that this thing has a bunch of javelins sticking out of it. Okay, brilliant. I am going to go ahead. Zedri's gonna hold his hand out, and one of the javelins is just gonna like start to like radiate heat in its center until it like starts to spread out. And I would like to cast heat metal on the javelin.
On the blade part of the javelin, because the javelin would be wood. But the
Oh, okay.
Is heat metal a touch spell? Or
tip would be metal.
it has
Heat
range.
metal has range. Yeah,
Oh, nice.
it has 60 feet out. Yeah. So
But yeah,
if
you
it's
could heat the blade.
if it's inside of it, then it can't make the con save, or would it still make its con save?
I'm going to still have it do the save, but I like your odds.
Okay. Let me go ahead and.
Disadvantage for 1
It's
HP.
only a save for half damage, isn't it?
Yeah.
What is it?
Where's just
It's got
some-
disadvantage for
1.5
having 1
health.
HP.
Let's see.
If it has 1 HP, there's no. It's.
Oh, it fit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That means it takes 2d8 damage, which I'm thinking might kill this thing.
Perhaps.
It suddenly
Kill steal.
Yeah, we were all hitting that thing.
Fire, like it starts to like melt away from this one blade that's still stuck in it. It just, its listing turns into a swan dive as it plummets into the water. And you killed my 2 CR9 monsters on me here, so
Wow.
Shit.
Hell yeah.
that was
You killed 3 of our crewmates, right?
That's
You
true.
killed.
Yeah.
You almost killed 4 people because I'm pretty sure. Fucking Zirkan almost got close to.
Zircon's got 3 HP.
You were probably
Is he still in-
surprised.
Is he still invisible?
I don't. Well, no, not as the other creature goes down. She'll drop it.
Oh, okay.
Oh my
Needless
god.
to say, anyone who is injured, I'll do the most injured come to the front.
Can I make my way towards Zircon?
Are we still in initiative?
Alfred will go ahead.
No,
and
we don't need to be at this point. So
He'll quite
kick us out of our battle music
Yeah.
I
and
wanna
the
do something,
screeching of that thing.
and it's very time
Oh.
sensitive.
Yeah.
I want to rush over to the ballista and scream at the crew to grab a harpoon. We are grabbing that thing and eating it.
Yeah.
I want revenge
Yeah,
on
the
this thing.
first one is
No, the one that we just
long
took
gone
down.
behind you.
This
The
guy
one you
over
just
here.
took down, you guys could attempt to do that.
Yeah, I'm angry. Volt's
Alright,
pretty pissed.
Hearing that, Yofer's just gonna grab a rope and run and jump off the edge and run out towards it.
Yes.
I'm just gonna wrap a rope around the tail and be like, alright, reel us in.
If you could grab any javelins, retrieve any usefuls, do it, please.
I'll start grabbing whatever I can. I'll sit him in my javelin bag.
And
All right,
go ahead and help.
Keith will give me a D6 or a D10 roll. I'll give you D6. We'll go D6.
Me?
Yeah. All right, good. Yofrider's gonna come back with 2 of yours.
Fuck.
I mean, a lot of them were in that other guy too. So.
Yeah. Whatever. Yeah.
Hey, you got 2 guys.
And Yofrider, you launched 2 as well.
Yeah.
Give
I
me a
think
D4.
That was in the other one, though, I believe. Yeah, that was into the bottom one.
Well, you may be able to retrieve some to keep for yourself out of this one. So D4, and you're gonna get
2.
Yeah, you get none. All right, so Kiesel, you can put back the 2 that you are able to retrieve, and Yofridir's gonna come gonna have to dash to catch back up to the boat, but you're able to do it.
He is faster than a boat.
At a dash, he can't do that. Especially when the ship's mage is not pushing the boat forward anymore. So
Have 40 feet base movement speed, so 80 feet per round. That's pretty decent.
He's
How-
coming for you, truly.
How bad is Zircon look?
Does Zircon respond to my call?
Zircon ain't going anywhere. He's just like slumped down next to the ballista. Aside from Vault's MVP sneak attack and Salinas' MVP guiding bolt, Zircon was MVP over there with nailing with that ballista a couple times. Of course, Kamar also did well on his side too. So
Hell yeah.
yeah, that was rough for everybody. But yeah, Zircon is really, really bad shape, and he's just like one hand up on the ballista, crumpled down on his knees, bleeding on the ground, and just like doing everything he can to keep everything still in its place and not spilling out onto the deck.
Do I spot him?
Yes, he's no longer invisible, so he's just slumped over
okay.
the forecastle
All right.
ballista.
Holy shit!
Can,
How is that man still alive?
as I like run up to him and I kind of catch him in this kind of slump state, I'll kind of start cutting off a little bit of rope to kind of start using as tourniquets to kind of like zip tie him back together, if you will. I'm just gonna start like tying pieces just to stop the bleeding, and I'll look at him. Is his eyes, are they normal? Are they glassy? Is like hair in his face?
He's lost his hat. It's sitting in the puddle of blood, splashed with a little bit of blood, and his hair is just kind of hanging down, all disheveled. He's got his far off, staring off into the ocean look to him, as he's just like, "This is it."
Nope, come on.
time.
Yep, nope, you're staying. You're gonna be okay. It's just, look at that. You know, it's this light. Look at all this light around you.
Oh,
I can heal.
Both hands on his chest, and they just both hands glow white and sparkling in the shimmering mother of pearl that Salinas' magic looks like.
Yeah, I'm like knelt down next to him. And please, first mate, please don't push it. But it was very impressive what you did holding off those beasts. And it's really because of you that we're alive, because that scared off the other one, and the sea isn't gonna take one today. Not today, Zircon.
he just shakes his head a little bit and looks up at the puddle of blood that he's sitting in, and the puddle of blood that's left from the guy that was next to him before he got carried off into the distance. We'll get Marku off the board here.
If anybody else is really hurting, I can go ahead and help too. And Zedriel will summon his Firebird, and then he is going to pull out his staff, which is just like a scorched kind of like wooden staff. He's gonna hold it up. It's going to Roman candle fire towards his Firebird, and then I'm going to go ahead and cast Mass Cure Wounds using Enhanced Bond.
Ooh.
So that means those 6 people get 4d8 plus 2.
Sweet.
Wow.
Oh, hey.
I mean, who's...
I think that's gonna be.
Who else is
Alrighty.
left?
Kiesel's still got a little bit of dinged up, but pretty minimal.
I don't think I can spread the heal.
Everybody else is good. We've lost 3 sailors. Zircon's back up and running. Was a rough encounter with these horned, awful things.
Can I? I'll kind of step up from Zircon, and I'll look to the rest of the crewmates who are around. Anybody who's willing to listen, I'll just. Can we please just try to gather the bodies as best as we can and try to give these men let's just not dump them overboard. Can we just try to get a burial or something set up for these men?
I think that's Edri's specialty. If there's no one else, Kiesel, you're still a little bit. Do you want me to so she'll do lick the thumb, brushing blood off Kiesel's face. Do you want me to?
Yeah, I think so. It caught me off guard how deep that thing actually went. I was not expecting that. I thought that was just a stupid fucking fish. I wasn't expecting an umbrella with a horn and tentacles and a tail and leather wings.
Tentacles?
I don't know. They had something. I don't know. It just happened very quickly.
Alright. How are you feeling, Volt? You're still soaked in blood.
Yeah, Volt's just staring at the body of the person who saved his life and just kind of not responsive at this point.
Alright, we'll come back to that one. Yes. Alright. Yes, good. Alright, yes.
Who's the nearest crewmate to me?
I think Kamar.
Live one or dead one?
Alive.
The bits of Ryu are in front of you.
Come on.
Messed up, y'all.
Excuse me, sir. This sailor, what was his name? And I point down to the dead body in front of me.
That was, Ryu. Hadn't been with us long.
Where is he from? Does he have family?
I didn't say much, but I think he was from Solaria.
I'm going to be writing that down in my notebook. Would anyone else know more about him? About Ryu?
Unfortunately, Majid, who's that one over there, they joined the crew at the same time. Both elves, by the way.
Elf. Okay.
Male elves. The one that got taken away was a merfolk.
Oh, did we lose him in the water?
Yeah, they were biting at him and ripping him apart. Yeah, it didn't.
Oh, like pulled pork. I got you.
Oh.
Yeah, one got fully eaten.
Damn, bro! Wow, I was not expecting the crew to just fucking get shredded like that. Oh wow, that's traumatizing.
How did this happen? I was told we were doing target practice. Now there are dead men on board.
These
Welcome
things.
to the real world, Volt.
Now is not the time.
These things are. If you're lucky, don't run into them very often. But they're one of the more deadly things out here.
Were we antagonizing them?
Not knowing.
No, we were just
I
such.
saw what I didn't even see what I was shooting at. I'm going to be honest. The captain was just pointing in a direction, and I was just shooting. I just wanted to test out the mechanism.
I mean, if it's any consolation, probably wouldn't have mattered much. If they're hunting, they'll take whatever they can get. And with the less boats out on the seas because of the pirates.
Hey now.
He looks around, looks over his shoulder, makes sure nobody heard him.
Can I get like a eyeball on these creatures now that we're kind of like standing around?
Yeah, you got one.
Yeah, we have one.
Yeah,
What's left of him?
like a literal eyeball. No, can I identify these or ID these as something that maybe not familiar, but I would be conscious of?
Give me an nature check.
Can I give him advantage on that? I'm looking.
Yeah.
Oh well, it's the Vault Kiesel show.
Let's do it.
Nature. Oh, golly gee, mister, this is a straight roll.
I'll see if I can recognize it, or if it's more of a center seas thing, I guess.
We're all about the 11s here.
Mr. Big Swinging over here with the +1 in his nature.
Yeah, none of you are familiar with them, as presumably they don't get too near to land for any of you to have dealt with them or heard about them. They typically stay out to greater sea waters would be the best guess as to why none of the three of you that have some experience with the Sea of Kings know these things.
What are these?
Is this thing?
What are these creatures called?
Merrspitzens. Thankfully, they didn't do any of that. And sometimes they open their mouth and they spit out this acidic goo. Incapacitates you.
They have glands for that then? I mean, if we're going to harvest this thing, we have to make sure that we're not going to cut into those.
This one used to.
Used to.
There ain't much left of the head on this thing.
Can we try to extract the gland?
Well, as we're talking about dissecting this object now, Alfred would want to go and see if he could like try and take some, probably some of his tools to see if he can like dislodge some of its scales or like its hide or its just. It was so.
Yeah, it's more like a shark hide.
Yeah. But it was quite hard to get through.
Yeah, incredibly dense. So that'd be a survival if you're going to attempt to harvest it.
I can give him the edge.
If you have proficiency in survival, I'll let you give advantage in this case.
I have a +2. But I do not.
If anybody else does, they could.
I will. Yeah.
Okay.
I have proficiency.
Get what you can use from it, please.
Based.
I'm gonna start trying to clean the clothes in front of me. I guess it's an object, so maybe we can make it more presentable.
Yeah. Detri, can you help me? Like, where should I cut here? Here, is that where I should?
Zedri will produce flame and like hold it super close and try to like point out, but let Alfred do most of the work so he feels the sense of discovery with what he's about to do.
Wow.
Wow.
Thank you for holding the flame.
Yeah.
You're able to get some meat off of it, but nothing usable for crafting anything, just some rations.
Can we try to get them more?
After Alfred's done with it, he has pretty much carved this thing up into a mess.
Can we see the interior of it? Like, are there any like objects or anything inside that maybe haven't dissolved in like the stomach acid of this beast?
It's got a significant amount of damage to its abdomen because of your heat metal that melted out the inside of its chest cavity. Some fish, or at least bones of fish. No, you know what? Yes, there is do find some odd object inside, because I love trinket tables. So
Yay, trinkets!
You find a flame tongue.
Sword in the
Trinket
Merrspitzen.
Find a
Adventure.
key.
Oh,
Asmodeus'
hell no.
wooden staff.
Alright, we're gonna roll that one again, because that one doesn't make any sense. So
Furnace's flamethrower. Just an actual flamethrower, that's it.
Salinas would go we'll go back down to the galley and get a big pot and start loading the.
you find
Alfred's fired off.
3 silver coins. They're a little rough, but still silver coins. And then fish bones and remains. A lot of it spilled out into the sea.
I'm gonna go over to the folks who have passed, and he's just gonna go ahead and set one of the coins on like each of their brows, make sure that their eyes are closed, and then he'll look out over to where, if anybody would, he'll ask if anybody knows where this third person was taken, because supposedly they aren't on the ship.
Yeah, I think it happened.
I don't think-
below deck.
Yeah, I don't think we saw.
Back there, bit pieces. They got them.
I'm gonna throw up
I-
a coin then.
All right, you start to prepare these bodies a little bit with placing the coin, closing their eyes. It's a little bit troublesome to put a coin on a person who's been bisected, but you do your best.
But will get his hands dirty. He doesn't mind.
They look
Dead
pretty
bodies are
clean
better
on
than the
their
smell of
clothes
dead
now.
fish.
Thank you, Bolt.
Okay.
You saw that?
Yeah.
Prestidigitation on the bodies.
Clothes is split in half, but they're clean. All right.
DM, I don't know if there's like culturally significant like burial or death rites. I know that like I have a background with some of them given my education and upbringing, but it'd be like merfolk specific. I don't know if it'd be like anything, you know, like it's like, would it be rude to do that like culturally to other peoples? Like I wouldn't do it if it was like obviously a bad move. But I don't know how that features into
Yeah, just give me a religion check.
religion check. Sorry, I missed that.
While all this is going on, Alfred is not questioned what to do. He's gone down below deck, gotten his incense and some other iconography that he's brought along, and sort of just like sat down and sort of praying and reflecting on the lives of the people that were before him.
All right.
As all of this has happened, where's the captain, and what's he doing?
He's at the back of the ship, getting things back on track.
All right, I'm gonna go meet the man who's getting the business done. I'm gonna walk back there. Just still kind of bloodied up and sweaty a little bit. Well, Captain, that was quite eventful.
Unfortunate. Glad that all you and your compatriots all came out okay.
I wish
Lost
I could
3
say
crew
the
members.
Same. Wish I could say the same about your crewmates.
Didn't know them well, but doesn't make it any easier to lose them on my watch.
Every death is a tragedy. What more should we expect from the seas? I get that the, living people who occupy the water would be a threat, but are there any more creatures that we should know about? Not all of us are exactly very well versed in the sea, and this was a surprise. So I would just hate to be caught off guard and more people.
I mean, there's any variety of different things that we might run into, but typically most of them steer clear of the boats. Merrspitzen are a little bit more aggressive. But I mean, there's the Sea Titans. They mostly steer clear, help the sailors. Don't really have an adversarial relationship, and they're more north of 6 bells. We shouldn't run into them. Killer whales tend to stay out in this area as well, but again, don't have any business attacking the boats. It's mostly big, large wooden object going through the ocean. Most of these creatures don't have any reason to get involved. If we're horribly unlucky, which we will hope we aren't, there's said to be a kraken near Salt Maiden, but we shouldn't be going that far south to get into its waters. There's obviously always the possibility that these things might show up. More of these may show up.
Do you typically hold funerals on your vessels, or we're just, I think, trying to identify the best way so we can just...
If we got the supplies, typically if we're coming back from a run with empty cargo containers, we'll attempt to make some sort of a raft, do a burial at sea with a cremation above the waters as much as possible. Trying to do that on the deck of the boat is a little bit tough to do. And since we are heading off after cargo and aren't carrying very much, we might be able to come up with enough wood below deck to put together some sort of a raft and do that.
That wouldn't prove difficult for either the upcoming 4 days or for... we're not going to need this wood just in case we need it, you know.
I mean, as long as you don't mind, I mean, they're just the crates down in the place you guys are staying, as long as you don't need those.
As long as they're empty.
Yeah, this would be the empty ones.
I can double check, but if that's the case, then we can refashion them, and then I guess pray to a god. We'll figure that part out, but I appreciate the help.
Terrible business. Seas are not to be traveled lightly.
No.
Appreciate your help in the fight. Appreciate what you guys could do.
Of
Definitely
course.
a lot more would have died without you.
Oh, that's why we're here. And I'll just give him a smile. I'll start walking back towards the rest of the group.
Alfred, how's your funeral planning going? As you take a bite.
Sashimi?
It's going well. Alfred is noticeably quiet. He's gone through most of his prayers, and he hasn't had the discussion that Kiesel has had, so he isn't quite sure as to what customs and whatnot belong on this ship, but he feels like he has concluded himself, and he just sort of wants to, like, I don't know, he's just taking a moment to just be quiet about it. He's just very shaken up by the people just being eviscerated by next to him.
Cedric, you go for your Salinas, Bald?
Yeah, I would just be trying to do a small fair right to Priora.
Kamara is still like beside the ballista.
Yeah, he's still in his station.
Okay. Hey, if we go about this really delicately, do you think that we could hold a service on the ship?
Like, what kind of service?
Well,
Like, what do you
I
got
actually-
planned? I mean, obviously a funeral service, but
cremation.
you know, it's can be a bit dicey, but if you can wield fire like I can wield water, maybe keep it in check.
I'll be safe about it, of course. And Zedri is going to try to take Ryu's lacerated corpse, right? Ryu's the one who was split up.
Yeah.
And kind of set it, like, very politely down as peacefully as possible. And then he's going to begin his funeral rites sitting next to Alfred. So in a very similar way, in the way that he had to cremate Alfred once, it starts at the hands, and it kind of slowly shifts down towards the feet, as the body begins to kind of just like glow, and from the feet it traces back up to a gentle caressing of the head, before the body kind of peacefully immolates on the surface of the boat.
Okay.
So as that's happening, I'm gonna walk back to the group. So I just spoke to the captain, and he said we could perform funeral rites. But I see that we might not need a boat to do that. I'll turn to Zedri. This isn't gonna burn down the fucking boat, right?
No, I'm
Okay,
super
okay.
careful about it. Does it leave any marks, like residual marks on the boat?
What's your innate spellcasting motto or characteristic? Charisma? Or is
Wisdom?
it wisdom?
Yeah, I believe it's wisdom.
Whichever one it is, give me a check with advantage.
Yeah, it's wisdom.
How well you can artfully control this. And if Alfred helps you, you can do it with no, you already have advantage. Never mind.
Yeah.
Come on, King. Come on, King. Come on,
I was
King.
gonna say anyway that Alfred would slip into sort of like a not subservient, but like a helpful role. He would like be, I guess, an altar boy of sorts, like helping out, making sure things are set right.
I was going to say you could add his wisdom modifier to things, but that was not going to help you. So
that would hurt you.
All right, yeah, you're able to
No,
control
you're
it without
able to
any
control.
damage to the ship with 15 easily.
All right, then I'll look back at Zedri and be like, no. I trust you. I just want to make sure. It's just I spoke to the captain. I think they have their own like sailor funeral rites, but both involve cremation. So I guess this is fine. So
There's
yeah.
all sorts of burial kind of procedures depending on what god you're working with. So I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. He just mentioned something about having to make like a makeshift boat out of like spare wood out of the boxes that we weren't using. But I think we're just gonna keep on to those boxes because it looks like everything's covered up here. But this is a very. Thank you for helping put this together. And everybody, and I'll kind of turn to the general of like where my team is. Everybody fought just amazing.
Yeah, you were something else yourself. You were going like crazy.
Oh well, you know, a slap on the back and it popped a pimple or something, but I felt like I was on fire.
Quite literally, you were. The fire of Infernus was through you.
Oh, is that what it felt like?
Yes. Think how wonderful it was.
You know, I was, and I'm thankful. So next time I'm near Temple of Infernus, I'll give a little donation.
Oh, I mean, we're not looking necessarily for. We're not that type of. Well, I mean, I'm part of the Church of Infernus. You know this.
Oh yeah, I just didn't think it was like so organized.
Oh, I'm not one for organized religion, but or for organized like in terms of the building. I'm more of a community type of faith. I try to dabble a little in six spells about, mingling with the upper echelons, I guess you would, but I guess it's just not really me. It didn't feel right. But
Yeah.
I still think that the wonderful things that Infernus can do can really change your life.
Well, I'll keep that in mind, and maybe next time I'll do in my little morning routine. I'll give him a shout out or something, like a thank you, like a tag on,
Yeah, sure. Alfred will just like give him a big old smile.
After the first body is sort of cremated and this conversation starts moving on, Selena's is going to slip back low decks again.
Okay. Zedder, what do you do once it's reduced to ashes?
Once it's reduced to ashes,
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and pick it up. I'll go ahead and hold it close to my chest. I'll go ahead and say, normally I just say stoke the flames and it's fine, but I'm starting to open myself up a little bit more. So, blessings of the wave upon you. And I'll go ahead and hold it out and let the wind take it. Hopefully it doesn't blow it back into the sail. Listen.
I mean,
Alright, Kamar with the deck save here.
Deck save? Oh, jeez.
He opens his mouth at the wrong time.
No! He's always going to be part of me. Oh.
But it was Kamar with the deck save. You didn't need to make one century.
Oh, sorry, I heard deck
Kamar
save.
was avoiding
so...
the ashes going in his mouth.
Oh. No.
It was a nice gesture.
It was. Oh, Listen, I really don't perform this out at sea. Normally, I'm back at the crematorium. You know what? I'll find a more efficient way to go ahead and do this. And Zidri is going to embarrassedly walk over to Majid's body and start working over there.
Yeah, as you walk away, you just hear the sound of hurling as Kamar starts puking over the side of the boat. Because he failed his con save on top of the deck save.
No! We'll see him and walk
Fives
over
on
and start
both.
ripping his back. Oh boy. Oh boy. Just let it all out. That's good.
Alright, proceeding with Majid as well.
Yes.
Okay. I won't make you make the saves or the checks or anything like that. Just you proceed the same process and are able to control the flames. You got it under control at this point, knowing exactly what to do and parameters. Cremate the body of the second elf, reducing it to ash and trying this side of the boat.
No,
where
I'm
it
not going to
blows
throw
out
up
into the wind.
ashes. I'm not, unless
Okay.
I feel completely confident that can I test the wind current and everything
Bit
to
of a
make
breeze
sure.
coming back, coming back into the boat on the last one. So this time it would be going a little bit carrying out.
Okay. I'll gather the ashes and I'll go to the railing and I'll go ahead and release them again after saying the same kind of last words.
And they just flutter off into the distance. Salinas went away. I was going to say a little reminiscent of a certain other incident where ashes blew away, but we won't go there.
Ooh, big ooh.
Vault, give me a perception check, though.
You got it. Test skills.
Yes.
Low
This
perception.
is a skill to see.
20.
Nice.
What do we see? We're here.
To watch ashes float away makes you think of things. Something you haven't really thought about much today.
Yep. Yep, I know. Been on my mind.
And as you wrap up these funeral rites for the fallen sailors, take some time out of the rest of the day. The rest of the day is pretty much a somber affair of most people being pretty quiet. Not a lot of merriment of any sort. People grab their meals when needed. Reposition the crew, reappoint different positions as to who's going to be doing what now that they're short 3 members. That's why they got 21 other guys. So, but it's a pretty quiet day. The sailing goes pretty well. You're able to keep the wind all day long. Low winds, on occasion high winds, but it never gets to the point of storms or anything further like that. And before long, you find yourself at the end part of the day. Anything in particular that they do with the rest of their day, aside from meditating on what happened?
I'm gonna do a little bit of praying to Viriora, and I'm gonna take a shot for every person who's died because of my incompetence.
Oh no.
Yeah, you ever heard when you doing anything super crazy? He'd spend most of the rest of the day on the deck, just kind of staring off into the ocean, keeping an eye on things.
That's
Okay.
7. I think.
It's a lot of shots. That's
I was
a
kinda
couple
shook
fun
up.
saves.
Yeah, whatever I gotta do.
We'll go 1 to see whether you even make it to the rest of the 7.
We're making it to 7. Maybe
We're not making it to 7.
You're struggling pretty hard, but you power through it. Give me another one.
All right. Halfling luck.
Dang, 1.
Get the fuck out of here.
You're able to get through the last one and just like peacefully pass out.
Cool.
The little shot glass cup, whatever you brought with you to use,
These are probably coming straight out.
rolls out of your hand as you pass out.
These are straight out of the bottle, dude. Like, we are...
All right, okay.
These
So
are-
the bottle rolls. You've drank enough of it that it only dribbles a little bit out the side as it rolls onto the ground. And you got Balt's passed out in the hold. What about the rest of you? Salinas, you escaped down below a little bit earlier than everybody else.
Yeah, I was carrying a big pot full of fish dragon meat down to the galley. So
Okay.
I'm gonna help out a little bit in there. I'll probably start writing some letters.
Yeah, Vendana will help you. It'll let you help with lunch, although not too many people have much of an appetite, so she's able to just basically reheat everything for dinner. Or anybody that was above deck doesn't have much of an appetite. Maybe you guys do, but Cedric.
I mean, after finishing those rites, just gonna help wherever I can on the deck. Maybe trying to repair things if there's any breakage or anything like that. But very quiet for multiple reasons. Yeah, just doing that, and then probably be one of the last to probably head to the room. He'll stay up there until late night.
Alfred.
Alfred he's just spending all of his time sitting quietly on one of the harpoon guns or one of the ballistas, shooting off the harpoon, just over and over again, resetting it and shooting it, just mindlessly. He does
Kamar
that for
stays
hours.
quiet but stands at your side for as long as his shift goes before he swaps out with another individual. Male packeteer doesn't really notices you're like lost in thought, so it does not really engage you. You just barely even notice out of the corner of your eye that this person's even there. Kiesel, how do you spend the rest of your day?
Oh, that was just what that happened. I think Kiesel would maybe go around and try and see if there's any labor that is missing, and trying to maybe fill some spots of usefulness. I mean, 21 guys, sure, but 3 guys on the main deck at that time were probably doing something important. They're not anymore. I'm just trying to see if anyone needs a hand around.
They have most things handled, but they let you help. Just move you around from place to place. You help stand watch on the forecastle at the ballista for a while because Zircon's below deck, so there's no officer up front. So you stand up there with male human. Get to know Hollis, Hollace. Seems to be a fairly low-key individual. He was not above deck while all this stuff was going on, I don't believe. Make sure my names all match up. No. Okay. So, it's not overly torn up over things. Doesn't seem to have known the individuals and just casual chit-chat with you. Nothing specific, but that's where you probably spend the majority of your time because that seems to be the greatest need with Zircon down.
Can I just didn't get where'd you say you were from?
Hollis is from Barall.
Oh. I wanted to maybe ask. Do you know Zircon very well?
I've been serving on the boat for a while. I mean, a couple of years. Don't spend a lot of time with the officers, but...
Oh, yeah. Is he like a cool guy? I was talking to him earlier, and he just seemed very spaced out but focused.
He does his job. I don't know if I'd say he's a cool guy. Don't really like... The officers and the crew don't really like engage that way. He treats us all fairly.
No, I didn't mean cool as in like he, not like he's cool, but if he had like a stick...
collected?
Yeah, well, if he just had like a stick of his ass or anything.
He takes his job seriously. He thinks he's really, really good at it, and most of the time he's right.
Oh, well, then he is really, really good at it then.
Most of the time.
Yeah, I just feel like he gets a bad rap. It's also kind of weird, so...
Everything I've heard from talking to everybody else about what happened, he held his own pretty damn good with the ballista once Marku got taken out.
Yeah, no, he was great. He's very brave. It's a very admirable thing for him to do. I just, wanted to see if there was any sort of insights or anything.
It's probably the best first mate I've served under, as to knowing what to do and treating me fairly. Aside from that, would have invite him to my wedding? Probably not.
Yeah, say hello, and be very nice at work, and then just kind of that's the extent of it. Oh, it's my work friend. It's like I kind of don't know that guy, but we work together.
Good boss, not my friend.
Yeah, you get it. I think after a while, he would then I would go back into the kind of our room.
Okay.
That isn't like magically locked, right? Just like
locked, Alfred.
It is not locked to Diesel.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just go back into the room. And then would I find anybody chilling there?
I think pretty much
if it was
everybody eventually, but
if it was later in the day, you might find Salinas writing letters. If Salinas was the first person in and saw Paul passed out on the floor, before I'd pick him up and put him in his hammock.
Well, then if Vault's
Where
passed
would
out on...
Salinas have gone if he... Okay, you went to go work in the galley. That's right. So,
Yes,
yeah,
I
by the
went to work
time
in the
you
galley
got done
and
in the
then-
galley, yeah, Vault would be passed out in there when you went in.
Okay. Well, then I'll kind of like gather my bearings and I'll acknowledge the acknowledge Vault, and I'd kind of like rock him a little bit so he starts to swing in his hammock as he's just like out of it. Is this Salinas there?
Yeah, if you stayed
Probably.
up until sundown, you would have caught Salinas after dinner and stuff would have been back in there.
Well, what an eventful day. I wasn't really expecting to see 3 men torn up before lunch.
Yeah. No, there's a lot.
You know what, to be honest with you, I think that's some of the most fucked up shit I've seen in a while. I feel like we've seen some fucked up shit, but it's been a while since I've seen a man get tore up like that.
But you're not wrong, but no, you can't dwell on it.
No. I mean, look at this guy. This is, yeah, it's a lot.
You know, I think perhaps you and or Dedri should check on him in the morning.
Sure. Man, that
It's a
could have,
random question.
yeah.
Sorry. No, go ahead. I'm changing the subject, so if you have something else to say, go ahead.
Well, you know, actually, I don't want to change the subject. I kind of want to hear what you were going to say.
Hmm? What I was going to say was going to change the subject. So if you have something else with this, go ahead.
I mean, I'm not really. It's just, I don't know. I just kind of forgot how much it can affect somebody, you know? I mean, you do the shit for how long, and you're so used to seeing that, and then, you know, him. How many? I could probably smell it off his breath if I got close enough, but I don't know. It kind of makes me reflect a little bit. But what were you going to kind of change?
I was going to ask if you knew. This might have changed since you've been there, obviously. But what do you know about Telluria's relationship with Portland?
Off the top of my shiny dome, DM, what would Kiesel know about the geopolitical relationships between Telluria and Torsland?
Give me a history check.
I'm giving you a history check, buddy. Bet on it. Oh!
Nice, baby.
National Geographic, bro. I'm pulling out the magazine.
Alright, so Torsland doesn't really have a central government, so there isn't a relationship necessarily. Mostly Torsland is viewed as Viking raiders and just a loose affiliation between all the clans that it's just like their approach with caution, because there is no relationship to trust that you can go travel safely and deal with them safely, depending on who you work with.
That's kind of a tricky question, because the Northmen aren't really they're not really like a country, they're more like a force of nature. So it's, you know, you go through your monsoon season or hurricane, depending on where you're from, you know, earthquakes, forest fires, and raiding Vikings. That's just something that kind of happens. So
All right, I'm just I'm trying to put some things together in my head, and it's early stages yet. Have you seen any of the others?
I don't think I would have, since everyone was doing their thing. Like, I don't think anybody else would have gathered around after the funeral pyre.
Cetri, what were you doing?
I guess I'll go ahead.
Oh, I was up helping on the deck, and then I guess if it gets later into the night,
So
just
once it
checking
got
to
to
make.
dark, I would say it was probably when Kiesel retired down below. So where would you be according to sundown?
Is there anybody else from our group still up on the deck?
Alfred's
I
still
believe
firing.
Jofridir would still be.
Yeah. Then yeah, Zedru would stay up on the deck. He'll go ahead and walk over to Jofridir, and just say, I'm really sorry that I guess I got to y'all a little too late about the incident that happened on deck today.
There's no way you could have known. As you walked up to Jofridir and he's just staring out, if you would have looked at his face, you would notice that the color in his eyes would have been yellow, and then when he blinks and just turns to you, they go back to blue. And like,
Oh shit!
nothing you could have done. Timing was just wrong.
Guess so, but it still really stinks. I mean, how do you go about honoring the dead where you're from? Do you just kind of move on, or do you carry each death with you?
You remember everyone that dies, but you remember that everyone dies for a reason, for a purpose. You cannot control when someone dies. We more or less believe it's already decided for us. When we die is just when we die. You can't prevent it. Can't do anything about it. It just happens. So we remember them. We remember them for what they've done. And we move on.
You mean that, like, even in the context of if you, like, split someone's head, like, their death was already decided? I mean, how do you think about it whenever you're directly involved in something like that?
Maybe the way of death isn't specifically decided already, but their death is. For example, with one that saved Vault. If he would not have gone for Vault, perhaps it would have been Vault that would have died instead.
Okay. Yeah, I've been trying to think about how to protect folks, I guess. I mean, Alfred's so focused on it, I guess it just kind of makes sense. But it's really hard to do, and I feel like there's gaps in the grand design, I guess. But if you say it's all decided, I guess it's okay that I don't fully know.
There are some things we're not meant to know, and I believe that may be the doing of the gods. But they have their secrets for a reason, I'm sure.
You don't want to know even just a little bit, though? You're always so stoic, and you always say things that are so, like, insightful, but I can't help but know, do you have that, like, curiosity that makes you question what might the real answers be?
The curiosity is there, but I also realize there are things out of my control.
Oh, that was a really good answer. Well,
Philosophy
I think I'm-
over there.
truly every time. Well, I'm glad to be on a boat with you again. Glad that this time it isn't a hostage situation, but you are a great asset to this group.
He's gonna smile and be like, I enjoy being out at sea, and being with everybody here makes it that much better.
That kind of cheered up Zedri a little bit, so he's just gonna be like, well, I know Alfred's up here, you are too, but I think I'm probably gonna head down and go to rest for the night. You aren't gonna stay up too much later, are you?
I'll be down shortly. Just double check and make sure nothing else is coming.
Very fair. Have a good night here, for you.
You as well.
Zedriel shove off, waving to Alfred as he walks below deck, if Alfred's paying attention.
Nah.
Then, you know what? Zedri still waves, even if Alfred doesn't notice. But yeah, he'll go below deck and he'll go to rest for the night.
All right. So you guys all eventually retire for the evening, settle in for a night's rest on the seas after a pretty rough first day of travel. Well, the travel went smoothly. Definitely the creature encounter was rough, to say the least.
Wow.
And with that, as you drift off into slumber, some of you already passed out at that point. We reach the conclusion of a day. Everybody will get a long rest. Sort of, if Fantasy Grounds wants to work with me. There we go. And we will find ourselves maybe worse for wear the next morning next week. And that is where we will close things out for tonight. We're day one into boat trip.
Ow.
Day one's a rough one, but let's roll up MVRP, everybody.
Yeah, you really fucking hit us with a truck on day one.
Yeah,
I
truly.
was literally sitting down and I'm like, I wonder when we'll get combat on stream.
Oh yeah.
I thought we were gonna get combat this session. Like I felt it coming, but like I did not expect that.
That was a
Traveling with CR0 compatriots, they don't last long.
10 HP
No.
probably.
Sure.
Something like that.
Yeah, it's anywhere from 5 to 15, I
Oh,
think,
those
on each
poor
one of them.
guys. They stood no chance.
I mean, they're cannon fodder or Merrspitzen fodder.
Did you make that creature,
Those-
by the way?
Yes!
It was so cool. That was such a cool combat.
That
Like,
was
legitimately.
That was scary, bro. That first guy got shredded, and I was like, oh, we cannot fuck around.
Yeah.
When you saw all those dice rolling around, I was like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
that guy got zippered,
Yeah.
bro. Like, it's over.
Just watched
Alright,
that
where
episode of The
did
Expanse
we-
where they where a few people vaporized.
Looks like Salinas, you're top of the order for MVRP.
Yeah. This is going to be one of those nights. This was a really great session. I want to shout out everyone. Just to start, I think everyone did really great. Really appreciate everyone's roleplay. Especially, I'm going to call out Cecil as an honorable mention for like really trying to talk to everyone he could on the ship. But I'm going to give MVRP to Vault. I really appreciated his enthusiasm at the beginning of the day, and then his despair afterwards, and also that critical hit. That's got to count for something too. That was badass.
Yo, for dear.
I'm gonna have to give it to Vault, primarily for the reason of how he's deciding to remember the people that have died the way he sees it because of him. I think that's really shows what kind of character he is, and we're learning a little bit more about Vault more and more. So
Kiesel and Vault and Alfred, you guys got to roll off.
Oh, shit.
Roll up.
But I have an 11.
16 beats 5.
No, Kiesel, you're up. Just
Kiesel rolls again.
Vault and Alfred had to roll off. You're up, Kiesel.
I still rolled, so I felt included.
Good roll too.
Oh, man. Well, shout out to the syringe because that was cool.
Sorry.
But
Yeah.
but foul play not valid. So
Does not count.
it does not count. I don't know. That whole combat sequence was pretty friggin' cool, and the big damage numbers made my monkey brain really pleased and excited. But I enjoyed the calls to the funeral because death is a tragedy. And I'm going to give the shout out to Zedry for burning those boys up.
Vault.
I'm going Yofferdir here. Philosopher Barbarian, super underrated. Super underrated. I love. It's just like you come in with just perfect things. Like I'm faster than the boat, and then you get to prove it. Amazing. Literally, like it's just like you. It's like you're like your own writing staff, just like chilling out over there. I'm just very impressed.
Alfred.
I will also give it to Yofferdir for a slightly different reason. Just the first thought to just like, all right, I'm gonna go grab the thing, and that's what I'm doing. I'm jumping off the boat, and I'm going to go grab the carcass.
And
He knows
Zedry.
where he's going.
Mine's going to be over there for a totally different reason. Oh, whenever the two were in the back, kind of vault working on the lock, and Yofferdir was naming off that he was like threading things onto that like token necklace, and I think that was real good. Now I need art. So
Oh, this is
yeah,
just,
make it happen.
this is a party of arts and crafts enjoyers, bro.
Yofferdir, the crafting philosopher in charge of carcass retrieval.
No better job.
All right,
All
D20s
around.
for questions. And I don't know that we have anybody in chat at this point in time, but if anybody in chat wants to chime in with an MVRP vote, happy to hear it.
All right, let's go, Salinas.
Or questions.
Yeah, that's why we stream this part of the game, is for wonderful people to have their input as well.
All right, so Salinas, you got stuck first on both rolls. Rough day.
I'm gonna use my ability
Wave?
to ask. I'm still collecting my thoughts for questions.
Alfred rins the roll off and still loses. Alfred, you're up.
Alfred is wondering what the hell is out there. Like this sort of like not that they haven't been through anything big before, but this sort of like shattered his worldview of what's out there in the world. Like there's all sorts of beasts apparently that just come and just kill men of like in front of you with no way to save them, and that just doesn't sit right with Alfred, and it sort of like shifts what's real and what's not, and I guess he's just sort of like contemplating like what the hell happened. Other than that, I guess he's just wondering how long it's gonna take to get off this boat, because that was not a great first day.
Fault, I don't have a roll from you.
Oh, really?
I just realized this afterwards.
Not
So
bad. I thought I did.
roll above a 6.
I did.
So we didn't screw up our order.
Did it not show up again?
I'm not seeing anything.
I got an 8. I'll throw it again though. I don't know why it's not showing up.
There's in the box. Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Ooh.
Okay, so Zedry.
Zedri's question is more so about like what is the most efficient way that we can go ahead and protect like this ship, not only the people that the party and everything like that, but also like the crew themselves, because we can't be taking hits like that. And if our attention's split when we're watching the cargo on the way back, like, oh, that's gonna be a horrible time. So first things first, how can we just avoid any monsters, any P words? Just avoid it all so that we don't even have to deal with splitting our attention.
All right, Kiesel.
Wow.
Wow.
A lot went through Kiesel's mind in regards to the funerals. Because it's like, well, these are guys, now they're like minced, but they were guys. And it's like, well, I've been doing this praying thing, and it just only feels responsible that we should send these guys off with whoever they've been talking to. So that kind of like morality is hanging over his head, I guess, but maybe more specific question. What the fuck, Captain? Not telling me that there was shit in the water that could fly up like an umbrella and kill me. So what other shit is out there? I don't know. So now my dumbass has got to watch out for pirates and umbrella dragons. That's fucked up. So I guess my main question is, what else is in the water?
All right. Yofredir.
Your Frodo doesn't have a whole lot on his mind. I mean, he's pretty happy being out at sea again. His main thing would be what else is to be expected from the trip to Barall and then the trip back.
Vault.
I think Balt at this point is questioning himself, and he's wondering how much stronger he needs to get to protect the people around him, because it's clearly not, he's not made it there yet.
And Salinas.
Salinas is, again, kind of considering some more bigger picture things that have been on his mind recently regarding some of his visions in regards to trying to find more information about this Mr. X, person X, sorry, trying to figure out what's going on with Hazel's backstory and trying to piece some of these things together. Trying to find more information.
All right. Roll one last time for favorite part of the session.
Is it just gonna stay there? Someone knock it loose. Okay, there it goes.
Nice.
All right. Looks like Sleaze. How on earth?
Dang.
Okay, I have.
First or
See,
last?
for the MVP and this one, I actually had an idea, so I didn't need to collect my thoughts. My favorite part of this was the shooting practice into your description of the Merrspitzens. Was really cool. That was so cool, and then that leading into the combat. Yeah, but just the mental picture of the Merrspitzens was my favorite part.
All right, Zedri.
I think even the moment before that of everybody trying to identify and the perception checks and following people's arms and trying to go, I think Ernie said parallel off of that as much as possible or something.
I think Dustin said that he was using his
Oh, it's
points as
Dustin?
yeah, it
Oh
was a
yeah,
frame of
it was
reference.
all of y'all trying to manage that. Everybody else participating in it. I really liked that. The idea that not everybody's able to see it, and we were able to see it kind of play out. Although it ended in combat, so.
Yofredir.
Yeah, I also really enjoyed the description of the creatures you introduced. My first image, those eels that have the really nasty teeth. I saw one of those just giant with a horn and wings, and I was like, that's dope.
Thank you. Vault.
I got a tie, and we've already mentioned one, so I'm going to start there. I think that the lead into combat and the way that it went from something we already kind of established in the previous session, that we were going to test those ballistas and using that as a way to tease in the environmental dangers and also show it really set stakes, and it was just honestly, it was just a really masterfully well done transition from one session to another to build into the combat, and also to make it a whole very dangerous real thing. If we would have just killed that in one round, it would have been all right, whatever, but that was serious. But my actual favorite, because that was close, but my favorite was roll to peel potatoes. I love that. I thought that was the coolest. I literally was texting people we just rolled to peel potatoes, dudes. I was getting a bunch of Lord of the Rings potato jokes sent to me, so it was great.
Potatoes.
Yeah, literally, that gift came up so much.
Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely.
Diesel.
I have been too afraid to ask because I didn't want to interrupt the session. but I don't know what the fuck Zedri did. But when he said heat metal on the tip of the javelins, I was like, all right, that's the coolest thing. I was like, that's it. I don't know how that kills the creature, but like, fuck it. All right, that's cool. That was cool. That was a
Cool.
pretty good. I thought that was really good, like quick thinking application of the heat metal on the tips.
Definitely. Because I was going to discourage it as being, okay, but it's just the tips. Are you sure you want to do that? And then I was like, no, but it's really freaking cool. So just do it. Or let's roll with it.
I had casted Scorching Ray, I would not have hit. I would have casted out
Yes,
4 rays,
sir.
and I know I still would not have hit. So I was like, I'm going to take the definite thing.
All my scorching rays, and you're like, all right.
You're like, fuck that.
I couldn't do it. I can't. Well, you have a higher modifier too, but also, yeah. So
It was
Alfred.
very cool. It was very cool.
I mean, this one was one that I set up myself, but my favorite moment was just Kiesel chucking freaking things just like 6 at a time, just going at it like crazy. No care for ammo, no care for anything, just wanting to kill.
I just bought these, bro. I'm throwing the fuck out of them. I have so
Hell
many.
yeah.
Good thing you had so many.
Really kicking myself thinking I should have bought 20, but I didn't know I was going to be like a Gatling gun and just.
All right. So, one thing I was going to throw out there before. Oh, okay. We can close out stream first, and then we will do some housekeeping things afterwards. But that, I believe, concludes our session 4. Concludes our tale for tonight. Thanks to all of you that have taken the time to watch our merry band of misfits survive terrible swimming, flying monsters of the sea and come out a little bit battered, more mentally, I think, than physically on the other end. But until next week, we'll be back with episode 5 next week. Same tale time, same tale channel. And again, thanks to everybody, and good night.
Same
Good
tale
night.
eviscerating people to
Bye,
shreds.
everyone. Oh,
See
no.
ya. It's Celestial.